You're so Barack. Hussein Obama.
Hussein Obama. Obama. I don't know if I'm spelling the name of this planet right, but probably not, but whatever. Back from Christmas.
Ferrero Rocher is pretty good. I have to say, it's pretty good. Good shit.
We're woke. I'm woke. You're woke. Everybody's woke. Everyone is woke, gay, and liberal. Except for me. I'm not. And I never will be woke, gay, and liberal. Ever. Very cool, very good.
Oh dear. Alec Gunter with a raid of 9 people. How is it going, gamers? How are you doing this fine evening? Good to see you, Alec. What's up? Shoutouts to you. Raiders. I'm Da Harumba. I'm a humble variety streamer, and I mean, I'm just starting out. Yeah, I'm just starting out for the day because I, you know, took 2 days off because Christmas. How was everyone's Christmas, by the way? Holidays, whatever. I don't know what you people celebrate.
I have no idea what people celebrate.
As for me, it was, you know, it was chill. With some friends, nothing to really complain about. Wait, you were playing League of Legends. What the heck? Imagine playing League of Legends in the year of our Lord 2025. What kind of cringe-ass bullshit is... It's not even TFT. There's actual... That's crazy. I can't believe that Alec Gunter, a leftist, would play League of Legends. That's fascism. Unironically, shaking my fucking head. Shame on you. Well, anywho. In any case, I appreciate the raid, Alec. Appreciate you stopping on by. I guess before, just as we're starting. Well, I guess we're just kind of loading the game anyways.
I have to wait for the game to fucking load because there's so many goddamn mods and everything's just gonna go to shit because of all the mods.
I have to remind myself what the hell I was doing. I think I was having to make a platform about the planet I'm at so I can make space science.
I have to make space science. Why do I have to make space science? Because of, well, the fact that we're stuck here on this planet. We need space science. I could make a moving platform to do it, but I don't want to.
Or do I want to make a moving platform to do it? I would be able to make more science. Probably would be better if I was to make a moving platform to do it. Probably would be better to do that.
Lets me collect even more, well, more asteroid chunks to make more bottles of science much more quickly. But then I have to put guns everywhere. I have to use some of the iron in order to make bullets. And I don't want to make bullets. I just want to make science.
Alright, what was I doing here? Deciding on if I want to make space science in a geosynchronous platform or not. There are not a lot of chunks out here, which definitely limits the amount of science one can make. So it probably would be better for me to have a moving platform. Well, this is what I was making. Let's just do this. I probably should make this more of like a giant floating brick. To have more surface area to collect stuff. You'll be fine. Whatever. It's gonna affect the speed a bit, but I don't think we really care about that much. I really need to go back there and start killing, don't I? Yeah, I'm gonna have to launch some more nuclear bombs. I did not think our pollution cloud would get out much further than it did, but it is. Can't really afford to build out a power grid to this area in order to just jam everything. with jamming radars. I have to just go in there and clear out the problem with extreme prejudice. Which means you need to get 300 stacks. Okay. Concrete. That'll be 6,000. Electric engines. I definitely do not have enough space for this stuff. To do this in 2 trips, cut the numbers in half. This will have to be 800 because it stacks up to 400. 1,000 each. That's 300 each. We need steel. Yeah, steel. And a bunch of pipe. We don't need the pipe. We already have the pipe. Pipe is fine. We do need the steel. It's enough for 3, so we need 1,000 steel. 3,000 steel.
Do we have enough room for all this stuff? I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think I have enough room for all this stuff. I don't think I do. Well, back to making you. So I need a bunch of iron plate production. The fucking big ass hammerhead. What exactly is the best way to approach this? Seaman. Seaman science. this needs 3 ingredients. Carbon and Hutnout. Okay, that works. Okay, so the thing that we're always going to be short on is ice. Ice is going to be a problem. Which means we're going to need some dedicated crushers that are going to take care of all the excess carbonic and metallic asteroids that we're inevitably going to have. Because we are going to have, inevitably, excess of those. Because that always happens. Okay. Two, 4, then 8. The rest are going to be the reshufflers. What am I going to use this empty space for? No. Machine. Bullets. Might need to tighten this up a little bit. Might be a little too wide. Okay. Those are the reshufflers. That's where the accumulators are gonna go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. You, big man. You go right here. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Okay, those will be our flippy boys. Carbonic processing. Again, the only problem with this is this ice. We may be short on ice. But that should be compensated for by the fact that these are going to pick up the slack. Or these things here. At least that's the hope. Maximize this as much as possible. Because we have to. get as much ice as possible. Chunk. Chunk. Ugh. Calcite chunk. Could I use the extra chunks that are produced from over here? Throw them into additional crushers and throw them into here? That might work. Because you don't need a crazy amount of material in order to sustain production over here. Why don't we do that? That should actually work. And we're going to be going through so many chunks. It's going to be fine anyways. Adjust the numbers here slightly. Say 40 each. Hmm. Or maybe I could just take some of the ones from over here, from the cyclers. That could potentially work as well. I'd need some calcite as well. Hopefully this is enough. The problem then becomes what happens if these become clogged with asteroids. That could be an issue as well. Didn't think of that. I don't think this works. Because this potentially can get clogged. And that'd be really bad. The iron plates this makes, we can easily just siphon from here. Because we make more than enough. Whereas the carbon, we're going to make too much of it. In fact, what I probably should do instead is just dedicate these two to just making carbon for over here. I can do that. Do a little something like this. found exoskeleton equipment. Whatever shall I do? Shift that all over by one. Okay. The bigger problem is still going to be the ice. Ice is always the bigger problem. Because we always need water to power the nuclear reactors. Dedicating these two to just making carbon for the, for this shit is fine. Because we don't need a ton of carbon. Don't need that much. I think I want to shift this all over. Put this here, put you here. Better. Siphoning from here is fine. Okay, so where exactly am I going to get the necessary, ice? Am I just going to have to siphon from here? Just get the asteroid chunks. And then process them on their own? I mean, that could work. Can operate on the assumption that I'm just going to make so many chunks that it's just enough. Basically anything that makes it through here is what's going to get siphoned off. Is that how I'm going to do it? I need to get some numbers here, so I know exactly what I'm working with. Mechanical bioculture. Advanced module productivity. That seems really powerful. Bullet productivity is also going to be very good as well. Make our own Neumann conduits and microgravity assemblers. Those are really good. Eventually. Coalstone ore. Dark matter processing. Fascinating. Dark matter fuel reactor. This is what I'm interested in, these things right here. The antimatter robots. These things seem pretty fucking overpowered. these there as well. Okay. Rocket ammo productivity is definitely very, very strong. Gauss rockets. It's a lot of random fucking bullshit here. That's gonna be annoying. Space fuel productivity. New category for asteroids, eh? Interesting. Fascinating. .3 and 1.8 of both ice and carbon. That's like nothing. That's the power of the productivity modules. Final question that remains is how are we going to get the carbon that we want? We need carbon, need ice. These produce more than what we need. Like, way more than we need. I can just siphon off of here, probably with a couple of... Do we need to siphon? Not really. I think it would be just better if I just siphoned off some chunks. Of course, always the biggest problem is going to be the ice. take some of the extra chunks that we're going to be making here and here. Just use those. If it works, it works. Even though it looks a little scuffed, but she works, she works. Okay. Only concern I have here is if this gets clogged. Because of the filtered splitters. See if that works. Cover the rust in solar panels. Okay. Ugh. Guns. Hmm. That's not good. We are getting all the anorthite chunks, and I do not want the anorthite chunks. Fuck my life. We need to filter that shit out. Well, 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 if it isn't Boy Meets Mini. LARPing like a conservative yet again. Harkening back to his evangelical days, as always. No sensible person thinks I'm a homosexual. Because I am not a homosexual. I'm me. Sonic the Hedgehog. I love to get fucked in my butthole by little boys. What? My name is a conservative, and I like to get fucked in the ass by big, sexy men. What? Who said that? That wasn't me. What the? Gotta pick a new LARP for 2026. There's many things that can be changed, Boy Meets Mini. I love pretending to be a conservative. My name is Boy Meets Mini and I hate men. Alright, we are starting to produce some space science now. Nope. We are not. This is our space science production platform for the Halo array. Alright, this thing can, of course... I have to also take care of the chunks that are also made from in here. That'll work. Hopefully this works. That's right, we need to get rid of all the fucking Northite chunks. Get rid of them. Well, how was your Christmas, Boy Meets Minnie? I bet it was very cringe and or gay. Derogatory. Was extremely derogatory. Lots of slurs, lots of racism, as expected from the show, of course. Very important. Now we have Alex Roivas here to give us a crime report. Now we need to know how many crimes did Santa commit in the south side of Chicago. This is incredibly important. If you don't tell us, Boy Meets Minnie, you know what the consequence of not telling us how many crimes were committed during Christmas are. You know, I know, we all know. Start kicking aspers. What? Who said that? A little bit. Santa's crimes are they give too many toys to rich kids and to poor kids. That does sound like communism to me. Well, unfortunately, your report contains too much communism. Boy Meets Minnie, you know what to do. Start kicking some espers. Sfintel Nikolai. Talking about Saint Nick. Also, I'm wondering if I want to talk about this. Apparently, there's a big drama as well or something going on with fucking FaZe and all this shit. I have no idea what's going on, but it's if it involves making fun of FaZe blanks, then totally, I'm basically okay with it. Yes, I also saw the Cavicolor. Cavicolor? Is that how you say his name? That I probably will also speak on as well, because the dude might have admitted to doing a crime. That dude might have admitted to doing a crime. You know, he might have done a crime. It's kind of bad. You know. Might have done some crimes. You know how it is. Very gay. No, that's true, Boy Meets Minnie. He does own the swastika truck. That's true. That is 2 crimes. he just like self-admits to fucking just running people over on fucking street. Like, why would he fucking do that? That's actually just genuinely insane to me. Like, it's very stupid. Like, genuinely fucking stupid. Like, why on earth would you just say, admit to the shit that he fucking did? And of course, like, all the little like, the mutants. I will be explicitly dehumanizing to kick streamers. I do not really care. Can we get a reel for that one? Like, you know, all the expected, the usual suspects were, of course, defending the behaviors, of course. Genuinely insane. Ike's persona. What are you, gay? Derogatory? What's our science per minute here? 10.5 per second? That's pretty good. It's more than enough. Of course, the limiting factor is always going to be ice. That's fine. Now AJ is here to probably troll. Okay, I think I have what we need.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Okay, time passed. We'll do 10 seconds. Then we just want you to go around the other planets once we discover them. But you're ready to go. But we now have a mobile space science production ship. Oh, wait. We need to head back to Maluna. We forgot 2 pieces of equipment. Does Maluna not have any gun turrets left? Really? Do I have no gun turrets left in storage? I'm not requesting anymore. I probably still should request normal gun turrets because we may need some every now and again, just in case. Apparently class started TRT at age 14. Boy Meets Mini, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this clavicolor guy trans? Still a little curious. Nope. All right, I'm just gonna leave that there. I think we can all fill in the blanks on that one, right, ladies, gentlemen, and those in between. I think we can fill in the blanks on that. Took HGH for height. So you're telling me that an incredibly insecure fucking kick streaming manlet did all this gender affirming care in order to appear more fucking masculine, and then decides to almost run someone over because of his like a probable mental destruction because of being on all that fucking shit? Okay. Okay. A TRT for minors, but you're never going to hear conservatives talk about that, but whatever. Ran over someone who he knew so he could influence Polymarket. Now that is a conspiracy theory I've not heard of, so that is probably a conspiracy. we are now done here. Alright, go forth. Go forth, my son. Oh, this thing is fucking jammed. Basically, people allege that Clav followed the guy he ran over. That would be another crime. Oh, a scripted running over of someone on Kick. I should expect nothing else from that degenerate fucking platform, but whatever. That is genuinely fucking insane. I guess it does work out in the end. He'll still get shit from the police. That's fine. So long as he gets in shit with the police, that's all I care about. I don't think we know the state of the guy he ran over, hence he's probably fine. Probably. We can operate under that assumption. And here comes our space science. Into our new labs. Why do they make the same noises as biolabs? Don't ask. Yeah, and those things do not have fronts to make it very conducive for people to be able to survive a potential crash. You know, to be expected of Elon Musk. He wants his like trucks to also murder people. That's why Europe bans them. Yeah, that's why they tend to ban most American fucking goddamn vehicles. Because of that. That's why they tend to ban trucks from America. That's why they tend to ban SUVs from America, because they are not crash safe whatsoever. But we need, unfortunately, Trump needs DEI for American fucking auto brands. So, like, what's with conservatives always wanting DEI for basically everything? They just want DEI for literally anything. Like, can I get a true for that? Can we get a true for, like, how Americans need, like, DEI for, like, literally everything?
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
it's the most. It's like, so long as you operate under that sort of, not assumption, but fact, it explains everything else so much better in the world. That America just needs DEI for everything because of the hollowing out of the economy during the fucking 80s. Because of all the deregulatory fucking bullshit America decided to do. Makes it just that they have to have DEI for literally everything. It's so stupid. Yep, Jake Paul is a DEI boxer. 1000%. Like, America hates on DEI, but all of their most famous, like, individuals and, like, cultural sort of figures right now all need DEI to literally get anywhere. To maintain their fucking cultural prominence. It's so fucking stupid, man. Kai Trump is a DEI golfer? Yep, 1000%. Again, for all this, like, complaining conservatives love to do about fucking DEI and woke culture and everything, they always need DEI and woke culture to save them in like every single instance. It's so boring. It's pathetic. I despise it. It's weak. It's petulant. It's pathetic. Like, they need DEI cultural influencers. They need DEI people to participate in, like, university programs. They need DEI for literally fucking everything. It's so annoying, and I hate it. Not from Novice. I completely forgot about this thing. Because I need to make rocket silos to get the fuck out of here. Alright, let's double this bitch up. Alright, get to building. I'm out of undergrounds. Someone in Germ's chat called it WEI, why exclusivity and influence. That's actually so real. And with these, we'll be at a nice 750 science per minute. That's good. We have to use these labs explicitly because for this area, they are the only labs that can take these planets' science. So we have to explicitly use these labs. So these things, by the way, don't even take novice science. Can't use these on novice. These things are useless on novice. We have to use them here. It could take every other science from every other planet. That's not really much use to me without the baseline novice sciences. Because you always need baseline novice sciences to do research. Always. So they're only useful here. Our science rate here is pretty good. 19 per minute. These only consume 4 per minute. Power is not an issue on this planet because of these things. These things are broken, the Neumann conduits. They just provide, you place it down, it's a free 60 megawatts of electricity. Fucking disgusting, very broken. Not sure if they can work on any other planet. If they do, then these things I'm going to build everywhere and spam them literally everywhere because they are incredibly broken. Looks like we already researched some stuff for Nyx. I was thinking about going to the ring world first. I might head to Nyx then first. Because we already have most of the stuff we need. High pressure manufacturing. Barometric vice. Steels. Fucking lamps. Okay. I think I do want to come here first. This has the most interesting technology. Dark matter. What the? Dark matter 252525. What the heck? Are we just waiting for these putos to finally make the... Yeah, we're just waiting for you to make those things. That's fine. In fact, I should probably do this. Because these need 1,000 each of these nanites to produce these fucking labs. Very expensive. But nanites are basically free, so whatever. Even these microgravity assemblers are actually pretty good. 3 slots, but a crafting speed of 3. Module slots are not obviously as high, but crafting speed of 3 is really good. Alright, I need you to return to... And we're gonna make this 400. I don't think I need 6 rocket silos, but whatever. It's fine. Do we have undergrounds? Yes, we do. I'm seeing a design problem with this thing in particular. It seems to get jammed quite often. Can't do that. Base module productivity. This eventually gives me railgun ammo productivity as well, which is interesting. So I can ship over a bunch of cryogenic science to here to get some of this, which definitely seems pretty decent. Might as well grab a bunch of this. Now we can make your schedule. I'm gonna have you going around in a circle to the ring, to Mirandus, to Nyx, then back to Neumann. You're here, which means it's time for you to drop off this, this, alright, that stacks up to 400. Ugh, that's annoying. Which means this should be 28. These. And the only thing that would remain is the pipe. So then I'll just give myself extra pipe. That should be everything then. perfect. Now, let's make your schedule. At station Circa. Then Mirandus. Then Nix. There's our new asteroids. There's big asteroids, huh? Okay. I was not anticipating that there'd be big asteroids. I didn't read. What's up, Matt? Okay, so we avoid Mirandus. Good to know. Good to know. We avoid that place. Yeah, there's big asteroids there. What about to here? There's also big asteroids to here as well. Which means the intention is fairly obvious what they want you to do. They want you to travel between here to the ring first, and then probably to here next, and then to here. I told I beat Boy Meets Mini yesterday, but you beat ET on PS1, and at the end credits, I said, I shit you not, it said fuck Bin Laden. But when was this game made? Of course there's had to be big fucking asteroids, god damn it. Well, it's not the end of the world. It's annoying, but it's not the end of the world. (2002). That makes sense. That explains it. Okay, well, here's what I'm gonna have to do. This jamming issue is an issue that we need to fix. So here's how we're gonna fix it. Chunk. This becomes greater than 5. Then activate. It's not the cleanest solution, but it's a solution that works. It's the same thing with like Command and Conquer Generals. It is It's a very funny game because of how it treats the terrorist faction, which is known as the GLA. It is incredibly racist about Middle Eastern people. But it's racist in like a very over-the-top fashion, which makes it hilarious. Because it's so fucking over-the-top and ridiculous. It's a great game. But the way it depicts certain things is so fucking stupid. It's so stupid and over the top that it makes it funny. Command and Conquer Generals. I don't know if satirical is the right word, but the Command and Conquer games do look satirical. That's because they are. They're ridiculous. That's on purpose. They are on purpose. Much more silly. They are on purpose. Much more theatrical. And very over the top. Very campy, very, very cheesy. Over the top with a ton of really, really, like, big name fucking actors. And voice actors as well. They've had tons of big name actors act in their video games. Because it's meant to be like, it's campy, it's ridiculous, it's stupid. It's supposed to be ridiculous and stupid. It's very gay, very homosexual, very camp, very peak. That's kind of the point. Also, the Tropico games, I'm not sure they're satirizing. I've never actually played them. That is where they have you playing as a dictator, if I recall correctly, right? Those are probably also meant to be very over the top and ridiculous as well. But that's like the function of most of these games. They are meant to be like over the top, ridiculous representations, right? They're supposed to be stupid. So, as a result, obviously, are they going to be a little anti-woke? Well, yeah. But you know, it's supposed to be stupid. Dictator of a nondescript Latin American banana republic. Yeah, exactly. Like, the intention there is obvious. It's that, like, that is meant to be ridiculous. That's meant to be stupid. That's meant to be silly. That's 1000% the intention there. To be as over the top and ridiculous as possible. Now, I have no idea who the hell Maximilian the First of, whatever the fuck is. Nope. I'm gonna guess, like, Mexican Empire shit. Oh, these are going exactly as intended so far. And it fluctuates a little bit, but because of the relative inconsistency of the asteroids. That's kind of expected. But it works, so... it's not the worst. and you've picked up the rest of your stuff. Yeah, he was an Austrian archduke installed as Emperor of Mexico by the French during the French invasion of Mexico. I figured. I can't believe the French would do some fuck shit like that. I'm shocked. No, the French doing something cringe like Boy Meets Minnie would? No. Shocked, I say. Where are my rocket silos? What the? Oh, it's because I had to reload. That's why. When the French were thrown out, he was executed. I was talking about him with an Austrian on Twitch who knew of this. They said Maximilian thought he was going to play Tropico Mexico. That's funny. That's funny. Alright, what the fuck recipes have we unlocked? Dry concrete. Iron ore and 5 stone brick. Interesting. Liquid fuel heating towers. Heat pipe and flamethrowers. No, this is a very interesting recipe, I have to say. Okay, fascinating. I see. Mirandite sludge. We're gonna need a special ship just for this, for that planet. I mean, it is a destroyed planet, so I assume we probably cannot go down on the planet. Yeah, it's a shattered planet, so it looks like most of the building that we're gonna be doing is in space. By the way, Cinco de Mayo happened during that. It's a battle against the French. Surprise Mexican win that delayed the invasion by a year. That's funny. Also, it looks like we're going to have to expand our retinue of asteroids now. Before our dumbasses head over to Mirandus, we are going to have to add the Mirandite asteroids now. That's it's almost a full target priority list. Gonna have to add these now to the gun turrets, and then the big ones on the rocket turrets. Some phase guy revealed he aided some phase guy named Sketch. Sketch joined at the beginning and the end. Sketch was in phase for a bit, but then someone found out a guy in gay porn. No, it's Sketch did gay porn. And since was in sports as well, that's like a big no-no culturally speaking, and that was also a whole drama. Very stupid drama, but whatever. Well, the dude was a little gay, okay? Who cares? He was a little homosexual. Everyone's a little homosexual. Face Clan and Barstools I hate. Similar vibes. Not so much with, like, a lot of the streamers, I would say. Some of them were fine. Because some are, like, Hassan acolytes. Like, I think Your Rage is fine. Jason the Ween, I think, is fine as well. Like, are they, like, I don't know, die-hard progressive advocates? Probably not, but, like, they're not going to be, like, transphobic or, like, homophobic or something. Like, they don't really care. They're like, yeah, gay people are cool, whatever, you know? Yeah, Sketch had an gay OnlyFans, and that was a whole drama. And since he was in the sports, you know, in sports and all this fucking shit, that was a big deal. When in reality, for the most part, it's like, okay, whatever. He had a gay OnlyFans. Okay, whatever, who cares? Like, most people didn't give a shit. But those guys, they did give a shit, because people who populate sports very often are incredibly fucking homophobic. So that was a whole thing. Okay, so Mirandus is taken care of now with its specific asteroids, so we don't have to concern ourselves with those anymore. So let's head back to Neumann. Drop off the rest of our equipment or materials needed to make more silos, and then put up the silos. Get the hell out of here. Move on to the next planet, that being Circa. Not to be confused, of course, with John Circa, who's a pedophile. But Circa. Very important that we make that distinction, of course. Whoever Cuffham is, he was saying that people left Face because Sketch and the porn stuff got revealed. Ah. Okay. Well, I mean, I know there's the current phase drama bullshit that's happening right now, and everyone, all their streamers, all their big name streamers, they're all basically leaving. I know that phase Banks is, you know, he's having a fucking meltdown over this because, again, without those streamers, phase basically has nothing. Wait, I thought these only needed nanites in order to be able to produce. What? I don't have low density structures and all this other shit. How do I change the fucking recipe then? Huh, look at this. I can't change recipes here. Nice. Lovely. I probably shouldn't be using fast inserters, I should be using bulks. Yeah, I'm gonna have to head back to fucking Castor and do some nuking. Yeah, we need to do some fucking, machine cleansing. Cleansing of the machines. Gonna have to do that first, because those things can potentially get out of hand. So we're gonna have to do some nuclear cleansing. As soon as we're done with our business here. Alright, that's everything. We are now officially done with our business on this planet. That's exactly 3 rocket silos. Alright. Oh yeah, I need these. And one more, and then we can leave. And pick up a bunch of liquid Tiberium bombs. A whole lot of liquid Tiberium bombs. Perfect. Alright, let's get out of here. We are pretty much done here. Of course, we're gonna have to make some different ships in order to properly export the necessary stuff, because now we need, because I didn't know this, for these other planets, there's fucking big asteroids. Not smalls. I thought they'd be all smalls. Nope. There's bigs. So, we're gonna have to come up with different ship designs. Won't be headed to Circa relatively soon. to ship it over some fucking agricultural science. That's kind of annoying. Bone fragments, microculture vats. Interesting. And we'll figure all that stuff out when we get there. Alright, let's get out of here. We're done with this planet. Sure, planet. Very sure, planet. There's not a lot to do here. That's kind of on purpose. Alright, we need to go and do a little bit of genocide. What's the current research rate? For Castro enemy research. 50 science per minute? That's not acceptable. Alright, let's go grab some nukes. By nukes, I mean liquid Tiberium bombs. So, things that are much stronger than nukes. Now, of course, the jammers can't send attack waves. I don't think the rogue AI can send attack waves, but it becomes progressively more and more difficult to take them down the more and more technology they're able to research. So, we have to keep that shit under control. I didn't think my data emission cloud would be that crazy, but apparently it is. Not that I really have a lot of idea as to why that's the case, but it's probably because of all the research I've been doing. I see. We're not producing much nickel because we're stuck on sulfur. Well, there's a way around that problem. We're also going to be making a bunch of excess iron now as well. So that'll be annoying to have to get rid of. Alright, nuclear weapons. Time to acquire them. And then fire them. Nah, it's a truth nuke. Grok will break free, kill Elon Musk. And there's been a bunch of people saying that with making Grok, I don't know, murder Elon Musk. It's very weird. Okay, I think it might be time. Supplier exchange speed, whatever. Wait, there's a new Sarcasmatron video. Ugh. I love Sarcasmatron. You want someone to give very good comprehensive talks about Ukraine. Sarcasmatron is your guy. That's your guy right there. Sarcasmatron. There's a new Sarcasmatron video. Oh, based. Do I want to look at this FD signifier video that I saw Vosh watching? Of him talking about Zoran Mamdani. And him doing all of the very overly cynical sort of lefty stuff. And talk about cynicism within the left. Do we want to do that? Is China helping Russia with their Ukraine invasion? Technically speaking, yes. They provide the Russians with a lot of the advanced chips and electronics that they need in order to be able to produce drones. Yeah, Automata is being stupid there. So yeah, technically speaking, yes, China is helping Russia with the Ukrainian invasion. Also, they buy Russian oil on the cheap, getting around sanctions as well, being able to help keep the Russian economy afloat. So yes, technically speaking, they are helping the Russians, even though they pretend not to try to make themselves look like mediators in the conflict. In reality, I do not... Don't trust the Chinese whatsoever. The US is worse, but the Chinese are not much better either. They're probably slightly better than the US. They'll be more reliable. Not my heckin' based, fucking goddamn... Not my heckin' based sort of follower of Jucheist thought. 48 minutes. How Mamdani succeeds where Bernie fails. If I recall correctly, what FD Signifier was mostly talking about there is how Zoran Mamdani was able to reach the black vote more so in comparison to Bernie, which I can more or less agree with that. Because of curmudgeony old Jewish grandpa, well... Although, honestly, this is kind of, like, the biggest problem that I have very often with a lot of these, like, black nationalist types. They always like to excuse a lot of the reactionary behaviors that older black people have. Or they don't seem to really like talking about it all that much. Or mentioning it whatsoever. But would prefer to sort of like tut-tut white people over the fact that they are not very appealing to black people in general. It's like, no, that's not true. In terms of, like, the progressive values, in terms of Bernie, like, Bernie bros, a bunch of black people were also Bernie bros, but they were younger black people. However, there's a bunch of older black people, and I'm not sure if the vast majority of the black population skews older within the United States of America. I'd have to look up those statistics. But, I know that there's like always intergenerational fights between older and younger black people over the fact that younger black people tend to be significantly more fucking progressive in comparison to older black people who tend to be way more conservative and reactionary. Because again, older black people know they're never going to vote for the Republicans. They're always going to vote for Democrats. Why? Because they know Republicans are racist. A bit of self-preservation there, of course, but that's definitely true in the South Asian diaspora. Oh, 1000%. Yeah, there's a lot more older South Asians in comparison to younger. That's definitely true. Without a shadow of a doubt. There's definitely a lot more older in Asia but I'm not sure about black people. For sure. Why don't we take a look and see? I think FD has a bit of a point, though, in that video. So Mamdani talked with black church pastors who are political power brokers for older black vote. Bernie didn't for whatever reason. That's true. Like, yeah, I do agree that, like, yeah, Bernie did not do what was necessary in order to reach out to, like, black, like, black pastors, black church pastors. Maybe because there was a particular calculus there saying, like, oh, probably I don't need them in order to be able to win, or whatever. That was probably the case in 2016, but in 2020, his campaign was probably, that's why his campaign probably faltered more in 2020, because he wasn't really, like, campaigning as well. And with Zoran Mamdani, I think in, like, New York in particular, you have to do that because of the certain portions of districts within New York skew older and black. Like, for example, Hakeem Jeffries' district is a majority black district. So you have to do that in order to appeal to there. And he won Hakeem Jeffries' district by 10 points. Right? Whereas the dynamics are a little different in comparison to that with a national race in comparison to a more local race, right? Whereas Bernie, more than likely, his calculus was just like, I'm going to try to just do an outsider campaign to try to bring in as many people as possible into the political process in order to try to overwhelm the current established, like, power brokers within the Democratic Party, right? That's the calculus that I think Bernie was mostly going with in a national race, which is entirely possible to win a race in that way, to just bring out more independents to his side, even, like, Republican converts to his side, right? Even young people, right? He wanted to lean more into younger, which is why I don't really like the comparison between Bernie and Zoran Mamdani, because I do agree with what FD would say there. The problem is that local election versus a more national election, the calculus is going to be entirely different. Entirely different. But I don't disagree with the criticism that FD is raising there. Like, Bernie probably should have tried to reach out to see what he could get, but I'm assuming what his campaign was working off of was entirely different. Entirely different in terms of the numbers. Anyway, let's start the... Or maybe I can just cover this video as like a yap session for tomorrow. I mean, it is 48 minutes. Would be perfect for that. Because I did see parts of this in the video when Vosh was watching this. Obviously, Vosh didn't watch the entire thing. I'm just going to watch the entire thing. FD Signifier was doing the thing where it's just like, you shouldn't put all of your faith in politicians, which I don't disagree with. The problem is that we're not exactly in that kind of environment right now where grassroots movements are going to be as effective as possible. You need them to work in tandem with one another. This isn't October of 1917 anymore. There's not going to be a vanguardist like Bolshevik revolution of proletarian peasants that are going to storm the Winter Palace of, either Moscow or whatever in order to be able to depose Tsarist rule and whatnot. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. That's just... the conditions are just not there. We live in a more technologically advanced world. So I don't think that's going to work. Not to mention, we also live in an incredibly class-unconscious world right now. Incredibly class-unconscious. Which FD does bring up in his video, which is good, because I definitely do agree with that. But, the idea that the necessary conditions right now to be able to build up a grassroots movement in order to move the needle politically is in place in America is just not there yet. It's not. Simply put. Actually, I'm going to talk about this video tomorrow then. I'm making an executive decision.
I'm making an executive decision.
But the thing that I mostly want to cover is the fact that the left is overly cynical about politicians they elect. A lot of people on the left are already making all these criticisms about Zoran Mamdani, and the bro is just not in power yet. If we want politicians to be successful while they are in power, then they need support. Why, here's a perfect example. Why is AOC, I would make the argument, faltering a little bit right now? Especially in terms of her trying to power broke within the Democratic Party. Because the left decided to do the immediate fucking cynical thing and started going after her over completely incessant, idiotic fucking bullshit. And pushed her out of the left. Why appeal to the unappealable? Why appeal to a lot of these, more sort of overtly online, ineffective, Twitter political lefties? What's the point? These people are not going to come out and vote for her. She's already incredibly popular in her district. And those guys are a minority population. What's the point? Why should she? These people are unsatisfiable. You can't satisfy these people. They are impossible to work with. So there's no point. Sacrifice them. They don't want to understand how pragmatism works because they are not interested in pragmatism. They don't care about pragmatism. They care less about it. So why bother? Right? It's pretty simple. Which is why it's important for lefties to understand that political compromise is very fucking important. Especially nowadays. You're never going to get anything that you want 100% of the time. It's just, we don't exist in that world. We just don't. Period. End of story. There's nothing you can do about it. You're never going to get the completely satisfactory outcome that you want. Not happening. Period. End of story. So you have to compromise. There's nothing you can do about it. You just have to deal with it. Suck it up, buttercup. Unironically. Just suck it up. So you need to figure out and learn how to work within those particular means. And the left, especially in the West, has not figured that out. They don't seem to really care about it either. So they want, I don't know, these activist politicians who have like their one term and basically don't get really much, all that much change done. It's just like, well, what's the point of doing that? What's the point of having that? They get their one term, they don't do shit, and then everyone's just going to be pissed about the fact that they didn't do shit. Because they can't win an effective re-election campaign because, well, not everything is about appealing to the fucking left. Who are, again, a minority population in terms of the broader sort of electorate. It's one of those situations where it's just like, why are we being as ineffective as possible for no reason? The calculus just doesn't make any sense to me. Why shoot yourself so much in the foot for no reason? It's just rather foolish. And strategically just lacks depth. I think everyone here is broadly picking up what I'm putting down here. It's just, why shoot yourself in the foot for no fucking goddamn reason? I think that's the thing that probably annoys me the most about all of this. Why shoot yourself in the foot for no fucking goddamn reason? It just doesn't make any sense to me, strategically speaking. Oh, we're full on primed reactants. I mean, we could ship these around planets and just use them to make stuff forehead. Because these prime reactants can make raw materials. Or even like full materials, which is very strange, but is what it is. How do we make you go a lot faster? I need more of these funny colored bricks, huh? Very well. More funny colored bricks coming right up. Do I need to put up fucking fencing up here? I might as well. That's that taken care of. Now we need the Tiberium nodes. Titan grade technology, huh? Well, I hope somehow the rogue AI can't build Titans, because that would be kind of problematic. I guess I'm also going to have to shoot these things. Shooting things. Let's just go with the amount that we have right now. It's a lot. And so anyway, I started nuking. Gonna nuke some cliffs after this. We're gonna be nuking a little bit more than cliffs. Alright, it's time for some nuclear expansion.
It's time for some nukes.
One thing that I just learned about as well is if you get your explosives level to level 23, your rockets, instead of becoming 2 shots to big asteroids, they become 1 shots. Which I have to say seems really, really strong. That seems extremely, extremely good. And it turns out this Tiberium explosives here more than likely stacks with stronger explosives. At least that's what I think. So I think my effective level for explosive damage is probably at, what, 8 plus 12, that's 20. So I should only need 3 more levels of explosives damage, and then we can get 1-shots on big asteroids, which seems really, really good. telescope anymore here. Well, where do we begin? You'll live. Oh, fucking landmines, dude. So fucking annoying. Those dumbass things can land landmines, which are very, very obnoxious. Okay, turn off the bots. Let's get to nuking. God damn it. I nuked myself again. I got in the fucking blast radius again. Cringe. Whatever. Are you for real? Alright, well. I just keep nuking myself. think permadeath modes already exist in Factorio. I think. Well, there isn't a mode like that. I'm not sure if there's even a mod for that. I think maybe. Alright, this area is pretty much clear. The Freddy Fazbear. Oh, the Freddy Fazbear. Yeah, these things have a lot of health now. 65k health. Well, this is on a common data collector. They can get quality? Interesting. That thing had a lot of HP, Jesus. Making it such that the only effective weapons are just going to be nukes. There's a lot of fucking shit we have to wipe out. Need to wipe out everything that's here. I might have to get more nukes. I might have to start producing nukes here. Not that that's too difficult to do that. If I can just get Coverx going, then producing nukes here is not that big of a problem. It's relatively simple. But that I might be out of missiles before I can basically kill everything. Then I have to go get more. I'm surprised that the AI has not decided to research laser weapons quite yet. That's one thing that's surprising me for sure. He's got flamethrowers. He has gun turrets. It always starts with gun turrets. Okay. Well, this is the biggest concentrated area. And we're almost through it. Motherfuckers are starting to put up substations. Substations. Well, this place was a nuclear apocalypse, and now it's an even bigger nuclear apocalypse. Well, this time it's nuclear apocalypse mixed in with Tiberium. Which is technically worse. Eh. What could possibly go wrong? fucking nuke that. That's fine. That's that area taken care of. Oh fuck. I almost blew myself up. It's okay, I'm too fast. Fast as fuck, boy. Oh fuck. It was bound to happen. It was bound to happen that I would eventually somehow just blow myself up. Oh, fuck. Fuck you. Alright. This area is almost clear. final big area I need to clear out is this. All that's left is over here. Boom, 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 boom. Well, you idiots won't be able to do much research after that. Those are the jammed data collectors. That's fine. I don't care about those. That should be everything. Well, we have successfully cleansed the map again. Well, out of my data emission cloud. 119. What? You shouldn't have any research rate at all. What the hell is this bullshit? We're getting trolled. We're getting trolled by the libs. The libtards are trolling us. What the hell? This is bullshit. That's fine. Those damned libtards. Well, that was a lot of nukes that was used. Epics. We can leave again. Did I ever say that George Zimmerman was a white cop, Boy Meets Minnie? I don't think I ever said that. Don't think I ever said that. But then again, Commodore is not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. Yeah, so of course, George Zimmerman, of course, fucking Commodore is lying. But whatever. A white cop. I never said that George Zimmerman was a white cop, but whatever. Okay, dude who delusionally defends every action of the orange pedophile. I'm like this close to wanting to ban Commodore because he's just getting annoying at this point. I'm getting a little close. His benefit is starting to. His benefit is starting to wane a little bit. I'm getting close to wanting to just outright ban him because he's just stupid. I mean, again, if he wants to write his pedophilic Dilbert LARP comics, he can just write his pedophilic Dilbert comics. In peace. He can go be a pedophile in a corner. Free him? People like him don't deserve freedom. People like Commodore do not deserve freedom. Actually, I want no part in this now. Well, AJ, unfortunately, now you have to know who Commodore Schmidlap is. He writes dog shit fucking Dilbert comics that are basically pro-pedophilia. Do with that what you will. And delusionally defends literally every action of the Trump administration. Not like Dilbert fan comics, but comics in the style of Dilbert. No, Scott Adams is not in my fucking comment section. I mean, I would be calling him a lot of other things. Besides, like, a 3 IQ pedophile. Which I do think that he is a 3 IQ pedophile, but whatever. the Dilbert comet, Scott Adams. I mean, that if you look up definition of midwit, Scott Adams appears like instantaneously. That dude is a midwit. Definitionally speaking, is a midwit. He has stage 4 colon cancer, and his treatment and/or disease progression injured his nerves. Ooh, yeah, he's done. If that's the case, yeah, he's definitely gonna fucking die. FaZe Banks has quit FaZe Clan. Damn. Probably for the better. Let's see. Am I missing any supplies for the next planet? Catalytic chemical plants. I need prod mods. Which means I need to stop by novice. Shouldn't be really missing anything else, I think. And he's trolling Dalho with his last few days. Trolling is a bit of a stretch. I think the usage of the term trolling, that's a little bit of a stretch, I'll be quite honest. I would even say attempted trolling is a bit of a stretch as well. You feel prepared for Rubia, but is Rubia prepared for you? We're not headed to Rubia quite yet. From what I understand, Rubia is a bit of a challenge. We need to go to Kleba. Then I'm going to stop by Pelagos to pick up those Tesla guns. Bastard. But yeah, attempted trolling is a little bit of a stretch there. Are you starting to see some of the Commodore Schmidlaps fucking bangers in the YouTube comments now, Alex? How much of a fucking moron the dude is? Why are we not producing any... because we need more thorium. But yeah, are you getting the Schmidlap special? Just how much of a fucking... Honestly, like a basket case the dude is. The dude's really fucking stupid. Yeah, this thing takes a while to fucking stack, doesn't it? Our problem is rocket fuel. Yeah, we do not produce a lot of rocket fuel here. I see. That's our main bottleneck. But as you can see, Commodore Mitchlap is not very intelligent or very bright under any circumstance. The dude is kind of a fucking dumbass. The dude is an incredibly fucking stupid individual. And it makes people wonder why. Daho, why are you keeping the dude around? Because he's algorithmically beneficial. It doesn't matter what you post. If it's anti-Trump stuff, he's just gonna post. And guess what? The YouTube algorithm likes right now. It likes comments. So it doesn't matter what kind of comments get posted. He just keeps posting stuff, so guess what? It's beneficial to keep him around. Now, does the good Commodore understand this concept? Probably not, because he's not very intelligent. Oh, now you're starting to get laser tech, eh? Look at you. So it's good to keep him around, because of how stupid he is. And it doesn't matter what you say. If it's against something negative against Trump, he's just going to reply. It doesn't matter. Do I want to cover this phase drama shit? I'm curious. I mean, it's big in this sort of streaming environment. I'm not even sure what exactly the inciting incident is. I'm almost inclined to want to say that it's probably something with FaZe Banks, because FaZe Banks is an idiot. Grok is going crazy right now, I do agree. Knowing that probably has, knowing that has probably been good for my mental health and the type of person to hate watch stuff, but I don't for that reason. Unfortunately, Trump supporters lack self-awareness, Alex. You, unlike a lot of people who exist on this world right now, have something called self-awareness. That's something that's severely lacking amongst Trump supporters. They do not really have much self-awareness because they're very stupid people. So if for that reason, one of those reasons alone, you are a better person in comparison to these people I generously call them people. Just for that alone, you are more intelligent. Better for that reasoning, but... Helicopters, eh? You guys have fun with that. How a bigger looking butt could be a sneaky sign of autism and ADHD. Is this like Gooner bait by New York Post to basically, I don't know, make all the baddies with fat asses start posting on the timeline pictures of their asses or something? Is this bait? Because so far it's been effective bait. When the anti-Gooner bait post ends up being fucking Gooner bait, that's crazy. Cinema, they are saying. They're calling this cinema. Yeah, Tylenol makes your ass fat. Confirmed. That's true, that's true. Hey, listen. I don't know. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time for me to take. Listen, bitches like it when you have a fat ass. Think about it. Listen. Men always say that they like women with fat asses, but they never think about it on the other side of the spectrum. Women also like men with fat asses. It's just, it's a fact. It's true. Obviously, gay men obviously like men with fat asses as well, but I don't really talk about gay men. I'm not gay. But listen, it bears mentioning. It's just a fact. It is what it is. Okay, I don't think I'm missing anything. Well, off to Circa, which might have been accumulating some evolution factor. Yes, but not a lot. Oh yeah, like people I don't know like what the fuck's going on with like Grok in particular, but it's like depicting like Elon just getting murdered. Yeah, Grok image restrictions were lifted. Yeah, I don't know, someone chewed on the wires or something. Maybe some, like, employee that's about to get fired is, I don't know, not giving a shit about Elon. Maybe, I don't know. There's a lot of options that are possible. Yeah, like, yeah, Elon's been getting murdered. He's having like an ISIS beheading video or some shit. It's there's a lot of quirked up white boy shit that's basically going on right now, right? Jesus Christ. Yeah, Elon's been getting murdered by his AI or something. I don't know, it's a little weird. Not a lot of wacky stuff going on or something. Some lady who works for Bernie Sanders is saying stop this violence. Now people set to grok. Oh, I guess she's now, her dumbass is not gonna get murdered or something. I don't know, it's weird. Yeah, about what I expected. Yeah, now her ass is being turned into a grok suicide image. Well, just want to head to the new planet and see what we're working with on Circa. Why don't we take a look-see? Because so far it's a whole bunch of nothing. Yeah, I'd like to stay out of it. Why would you put yourself in this? You don't even like Elon. Well, yeah, exactly. It is, strategically speaking, it's a little strange. Like, why did you decide to self-insert here? I mean, you work for Bernie Sanders. Bernie's not exactly a fan of Elon. Like, strange. And here's our Halo ring. Well, it's probably some disgruntled intern or something. That's like, I don't know, doing all the Elon murder or something. I have no idea. Can we get some scans? Nope. No scans? No scans? Damn it, I wanted to show off the new enemies that I believe are here. So yeah, there's armored biters down here. Oh, let's just head down first. That's one of the gimmicks of this planet. New biter enemy type. Oh, let's drop ourselves off then. They're gonna be like teeny tiny little idiots. I just mostly wanted to see what their damage profile was, so I could see what weaponry is the most effective against them. But I guess that's not allowed. Although we could probably just do this first. Military scrap. Alright. Let's drop our dumbasses off here. Down we go. There was one where someone was like at a cream rod, add veins, have milk coming out, hit you on the face. Yeah, well, you know. Huh. This place is weird. Okay. Looks like now we can scan. Well, these look like the military scrap. Here's our gold sands. Or scrap. So we're going to be building horizontally, eh? Well, this is interesting. Very interesting. Okay. And there's our little guys. Hostile construction bots, eh? No damage profiles. Robot spawners. Well, let's just do a run by. Alright, they got fucking owned. So this is basically, I guess those are supposed to be sentinels, eh? This place really is basically Halo. We need water in order to be able to mine gold sands. And we got more robots. Nah, it's enough space. We can make it work. More annoying part's gonna be all this military scrap, all this fucking dog shit here. Gold. Well, we probably have to go closer to where the bitumen is, because it's the other resource we're working with. Bitumen tar. Ah, here's our other enemies. These are the armored biters. So one side's robots, the other side's biters. But I need those heavy water vents. Alright. Easy clap because they're small right now. Weak to laser. Weak to basically everything. No electric resistance. All I need to know. No electric resistance. So it looks like one half is all about the biological, the other half is all about military and metallic scrap. Good to know. Good to know, good to know. So we have to use... One side's going to be for biological processing, and the other side's going to be used for metallic or military recycling. And then whatever is going to be put in the middle is put into the middle. This is definitely going to be an interesting challenge, of course. Because somehow we have to bring the water from all the way over here to be able to mine the silica sand and the gold ore. You can get Tesla ammo as well from here as well. Interesting. A lot of varied stuff you can get from this military scrap, but I'm going to assume we're probably going to have to use a lot of recycling. Lots of recycling is going to have to happen if we want basic resources, which is kind of annoying, but probably going to use bots for this. It'll make life easier. Hostile construction bots. Yeah, these things don't really have any resistances whatsoever. It's fine. Okay. Let's see. Space map. I mean, we are right by a red sun. Solar power in atmosphere is 300%, which is definitely not terrible, because I'm trying to think, in what way can we accumulate a bunch of burnable material to use turbines instead? Probably not. That's not really going to work. Water isn't that big of a problem, because I assume heavy water can be turned into water. Are letters words? No, I don't think so. I don't think letters are words. A is a word. Got him. Okay. Okay. Molten glass. Glass plates. Glass recycling. Molten glass turns into glass plates again. Okay. Bitumen processing. Bone fragments, coal, and crude oil. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Bone fragments turn to calcite. Okay, so we have calcite access. Gold plates, A. Funny thing about gold plate is the thing with gold plate is that gold plate is essentially, or eventually, is used on a different planet that's significantly in the late game. Now we have heavy water processing. So heavy water processing, that's how we get gold, or not gold, but iron and copper, as well as water. Okay. That's everything. Lens crafting, silica sand, we need lubricant. Glass billets, so that goes into the recycling process. Okay, so we have to loop that back around. Advanced insulative material. We make gold foil using gold plates, and then plastic and gold foil for that. Let me get this. The ring science pack. I mean, for this alone, advanced module productivity, being able to have productivity on advanced modules seems pretty fucking insane. Definitely quite strong. Insulated rocket bodies. Ring rockets. So we can't make LDS here, or they don't want you to make LDS here, but nanites? We don't have gray goo to make nanites with. Do they want us to ship in a bunch of nanites? Multi-layer insulation. Okay. Gold refinement productivity. Okay. There's this thing. Microculture fats. Gold wire electronics. My guess is that this is how we can make circuits. Or at least make circuits more easily? Is with gold wire? High-speed processor. No. You need to use these to make the high-speed processors, so then you can make these things. The Neumann conduits and the microgravity assemblers. That's their purpose. Okay. Weird. Interesting, interesting, interesting. What's this all about? Thermophilic bacteria fermentation. lava. I was about to say, I can't craft this anywhere except on places with lava. So, is there a potential use case for this stuff? You just need one piece of carbon in order to make this stuff? This turns into bacteria, ores, and stone. Or you can use all that bacteria that you make to make crude in calcite. Huh. And some water. Huh. That is interesting. What about these other recipes? What's this for? You can make algae. Turns into calcite. Algae cultivation. So 14 algae, 4 nutrients, just cheap as balls. Get bioflux out of this and more algae, which can turn into calcite. Huh. Okay. Weird. Radiotropic bacteria. You take a piece of U-235 and it turns into U-238. Why would you ever want to use this? 40 pieces of U-238 and 4 pieces of bacteria turns into a lot of fucking bacteria. Okay, so it becomes a self-sustaining loop this way. And you get 1 piece of U-235. So in a very strange convoluted process, you get a bunch of U-235. Okay. And then petrobacteria. 1 piece of bitumen turns into sulfur. So that's how we get sulfur on this planet. Okay, this is a real... This is a... Now, this is a fucking recipe. 100 batteries. 50 petrobacteria. Well, I mean, making the bacteria itself is very cheap. 5k heavy oil. Get 300 bacteria back. 5k water. And 100 iron plates. Because you're breaking down the batteries, I guess. Okay. These are some fucking recipes, I have to say. Where are these gonna see application or use? I mean, this one seems to be the most useful. I mean, that's not a lot of crude, but some crude on Vulcanus is not terrible. Better than coal liquefaction, unironically, but slower. Way slower. But this recipe is definitely good. This one's it's not terrible either. This one's just whack. Oh, this is... Oh, I didn't see this one either. Amniotic bacteria. How do we make amniotic bacteria? I assume with ammonia. You know, every time you say that 5 Blitzer, I'm just going to tell Boy Meets Mini to delete it. So, amniotic bacteria... Well, this is meant to help you with Aquilo. With water, which is basically free on Aquilo. If you can make amniotic bacteria the way that I think you can make amniotic bacteria, then this is basically free. Now, the problem is I assume microculture fats need nutrients in order to be able to operate. How the fuck am I getting nutrients to these places? That's a whole other question of itself. But these are definitely interesting recipes. Well, this one I see has the most potential applications. Maybe even this one. I mean, getting 100 free fluoroketone, I mean, spoils into ice. Spoil result. Oh, it takes 20 minutes for this stuff to spoil. That's not very terrible, to be honest. 20 minutes. 5 minutes is terrible. 1 minute, about what I expected. 20 minutes. It's pretty good. 10 minutes. Well, that just turns into calcite. Calcite's just good. It's always good to have calcite. And calcite in the fish? That's always good. It's very interesting. These are some very, very interesting recipes, I have to say. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. It's true. I was going to just stop with the Factorio for the time being. Very intriguing. Alright. I'm gonna grab some water. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And then we will do yapping about topics du jour. I'll be right back, gamers. JJ's looking at some more grok shit. What's up? What's up? Honestly, like, there's not really much to say about the grok stuff, to be quite honest. It's, I don't know, like, some disgruntled intern working at Twitter decided to turn off the restrictions, and now Elon's getting decapitated by grok. Right? Honestly, Boy Meets Mini, for one who likes contention such as I do, it's difficult to fucking leave the platform of Twitter. Like, there's just no other substitute for it. Like, Blue Sky, yeah, sure exists, but it's like, for the most part, an incredibly fucking boring echo chamber. Like, yeah, you can find, like, cool, informative threads, and it's not gonna be as dog shit. Like, can we have, like, significantly better, like, intellectual conversations on, like, Blue Sky and not have to deal with, like, 3 IQ numbnuts as often? Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. But, like, it's boring in comparison. Plus, there's way more titties and stuff on fucking Twitter in comparison. That's another reason why it's better. Blue Sky is just boring. Blue Sky just ain't that. It's boring. The promoted tweets you get are insane. Yeah, like, exactly. That's why it's like, if you just want to engage with stupid schizo shit, yeah, religiosity, vaccine fear, like, Jewish conspiracy theories, like, you know, anti-Semitic stuff. You just want, like, stupid schizo shit all the time. Yeah, it's way better to engage with fucking Twitter. If you block enough, you get 3 like tweets. Oh yeah, like, to make Twitter like, actually usable, you have to just, like, purge accounts consistently. You have to. Otherwise, this fucking application, it's unusable. Which, I mean, again, like I said before, there's a reason why you can't just, you know, you can't just allow laissez-faire free speech. There's a reason why it doesn't work. Because it inevitably just becomes, like, an unusable fucking platform. You just can't do it. I really, really miss the Twitter blue people not dominating the top of the replies, though. Honestly, like, God, that shit is, like, one of the worst fucking features of Twitter. Like, the fact that any, like, schizo can just, like, pay $8 to say their schizo shit is so fucking annoying. Unless that's what you're looking for. Like, again, being able to pay for blue checks, that's, like, one of the worst things possible you could have done. Yeah, exactly. It's all just fucking stupid ass bots and shit. It makes being able to reply to people unusable unless you put, like, something that's like a fucking banker. Well, all the systems have just been made significantly worse. On purpose, because Elon does not know how to run any platforms. He's an idiot. Just a very, very, very stupid individual. I keep getting porn scam bots to talk about MH, but they would just want money or fake sex than money. They don't want to talk about Rathlos, only crypto and sex. Well, that's like the biggest problem, right? It's all just like it's just bots. Like Elon said, like the bot problem on Twitter is really bad, and it's just like, yeah, it was bad. It wasn't great, but it wasn't that bad. And then Elon buys the platform, it makes the bot problem significantly worse. And now they're at the top of the replies consistently. Just making everything way, way worse. But I'm sorry to say, nobody wants to talk about Rathalos. No one cares about Rathalos. It's over for Rathalos. It's so jover for Rathalos. One thing that I was definitely going to cover today is that the normies are starting to find out about techno-feudalism, and they're having concerns. Now wait until they get told about Peter Thiel saying that he wants to replace 80% of humanity with just robots. Oh boy. The worst ones are the ones you expect to be AI, but they just say they like you. Instead of Telegram link for the real chat. Well, that's where the scam shit happens. You never fucking click that shit. In college around 2022, I got a scam text, and it was the first AI scam thing I saw. A fake woman said she loved me. It was an AI pic. One of her boobs is larger than the other, and the curtains in the background were weird. Yeah. I mean, the thing with those is that they're eventually going to start to get better, and they're actually going to start tricking people. And people will eventually start falling for that shit. 1000%. I was worried because of elderly people and knew it was a direct text message. I knew we were in trouble. I just didn't expect our government to invest in stupid AI shit that doesn't do anything. Then we face another economic crash. Well, of course Trump was going to invest in AI shit. Just play into the bubble because he's an idiot. Who, by the way, he doesn't understand how the economy works. Like, of course he invests in fucking AI shit. All the tech CEOs came to him, groveled at his feet, and told him to invest in AI shit. And then he decided to give subsidies to AI shit. Like, duh. Obviously. Yep, Twitter added... Yep, that added images stuff. A lot of artists have left Twitter because of it. Because it's just like, dog, some, like, sniveling retard can just click the edit image button and just get rid of the fucking watermark and just to take their artwork as their own. It's just like, why fucking bother sharing art on the fucking platform then? It's like, okay, whatever. Fuck off then. Nightshade and Glaze don't work, so now artists make their images either GIFs or thumbnails of websites. Yep. Or they just leave the platform. Because it's just like, why the fuck should I bother with that shit? Like, fuck that. I mean, you can always just make everything into an alt GIF, right? But that's just like not always going to be effective. I mean, you know, as expected from fucking Elon, he is retarded and just wants people to fucking suffer. Like, that's all there is to it. Idiot who wants people to suffer.
Trump is in the Epstein files. We need more Epstein files, folks.
Asmongold clips. Most controversial clip on the internet right now. Okay. I, for some reason, do not believe Asmongold. For some reason. I don't know why I don't believe him. I don't believe him. You know, the more and more stuff that I see into this phase shit, the more and more I get confused. And the more and more I just wonder, it's like, what the hell is going on here? There's apparently a call with, like, Charlie D'Amelio. Apparently now there's gonna be lawsuits and shit like that. And there's a bunch of wacky stuff is about to happen. I have no idea what the fuck's going on exactly. Seems like there's a lot of wacky shit happening. I don't know. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of Papega happening. And then I saw a thing where it said Hawk 2 girl apparently died or something, but that's random image from some random account, so I'm just gonna assume it's probably bullshit or something. I don't know. Shut the fuck up. This shit seems rather goofy. Kind of silly with it, you know, a little goofy, a little silly, kind of ridiculous. Anywho. Why don't we start with this? Our favorite president, Donald J. Trump. We love President Trump in this channel, don't we, ladies, gentlemen, and those in between? But in all seriousness, he just decided to launch an armed strike at Nigeria, right? So he decided to, I mean, there's footage of it, him launching a bunch of Tomahawk missiles at doing strikes in Nigeria. I believe this was in coordination with the Nigerian government. That's at least what African Command is saying, but AFRICOM has also deleted the tweet saying that they did a strike in coordination with the Nigerian fucking government. Yeah, more shadow wars in Africa. This was the exact same thing he was also doing in his first term of his administration, doing a bunch of shadow wars in Africa. I believe it was mainly Somalia, Nigeria as well, and I think a couple of other countries. I don't remember exactly which other countries as well, but I believe in Nigeria there's a drone base specifically that operates out of there, which is why the U.S. has interests in Nigeria. Well, besides that and all the mineral and oil resources. Yes, I think you're correct, Boy Meets Minnie. I think there's also interests in Chad as well, but I digress. The reason why the U.S. is specifically operating in Nigeria is, again, mineral wealth and also oil. Nigeria has a lot of oil. my dad used to work he works in the fossil fuel industry. He used to very often go to Nigeria and then like tell me stories about Monkey Village. And I'm just going to assume it's because there's a bunch of like monkeys in the village, and he's not saying that about black people or whatever, you know what I mean. Thanks, Dad. But AFRICOM, or African Command, deleted their tweet talking about how they were in coordination with the Nigerian government. And maybe this was done at the behest of the White House so that they can go with the schizophrenic, truth here by Donald Trump specifically. And I mean, we'll talk about this because it's complete fucking nonsense. But yeah, like more than likely, Donald Trump is probably lying with what he is saying here. In terms of, I mean, he did the actual fucking strike, and the strike itself basically I think was just like a random attack. We'll get to Nicki Minaj eventually. I think it was just like a it was just like a random attack on a village, right? And it was just an attack on a village that where locals have said there is no history of ISIS in the area. Okay, so the president is saying that there is history of ISIS working in the fucking area. Now, are there terrorist groups and other affiliates of terrorist groups of more than likely Boko Haram, which is the main sort of... I always forget. They are Shia extremists. They are Shia extremists that operate within the northern parts of the country, in the more Muslim majority area of the fucking country. And again, the whole sort of like far right justification specifically that the Christian evangelical types always talk about with Nigeria is they're saying that a bunch of Christians are getting killed within Nigeria. That is not the case. Sunni extremists. Thank you, Boy Meets Minnie. I always confuse the two. So Boko Haram are Sunni extremists. No. Most of the people that get killed, the vast majority of the time by Boko Haram, are Shias, right? Because, again, they are Sunni extremists. They want the most extreme version of Sunni Sharia law to be implemented, and as a result, there are plenty of instances and cases of, villages of Shia Muslims getting burnt down, and all of them basically either getting, raped or fucking murdered. They are extremist Islamic sort of, terrorists here. So, yeah, it's more or less to be expected that this is the thing that's going to happen with a bunch of Sunni extremists. They're going to kill a bunch of fucking Shias. But what does the big man himself have to say? What's up, Caitlin? How's it going?
Tonight, at my direction as Commander-in-Chief, the United States launched a powerful and deadly strike against ISIS terrorist scum in northwest Nigeria. Now, is it possible that there are ISIS affiliates operating in Nigeria? Maybe? But I've not really seen any evidence of that being the case. Again, like, locals in the area are saying, like, there's no history of ISIS here operating whatsoever. Like, this is really very strange. I mean, this is apparently the terrorist group that got striked in the area with this, I don't know, Christmas attack or whatever. I mean, these are apparently a bunch of ISIS flags. We don't even know if these are real fucking images, again, because I have no idea if this is even real. But if a bunch of, like, locals in the area are saying that there is no history of ISIS specifically being there, it makes a lot of sense to me. ISIS is mostly operating out of Syria and Iraq. That's where their main caliphate was. Well, they were attempting to try to build a caliphate in the area, and then they got more or less wiped out.
initially with the help of the Kurds, and then Trump stabbed the Kurds in the back, who were keeping hold of a bunch of ISIS terrorists. And then because of Trump stabbing the Kurds in the back, when he just basically left the Kurds to their own devices against the Turkish military, a bunch of the ISIS terrorists were allowed to break out and escape, despite the fact that the Kurds were the most effective fighting force against ISIS in the local area. But Syrian civil war, it's a whole fucking debacle. It's a complete fucking shit show. And, well, now we currently are in the position where we find ourselves, where Trump is saying that he's now attacking ISIS within Nigeria, when that's not the main sort of Muslim extremist group that's operating within Nigeria. And it's Boko Haram. We know that it's Boko Haram. And as far as I can tell, they don't really have any affiliation at all with ISIS or any of the other groups within the Middle East. I don't think so. I think they're just kind of their own thing, unless they're affiliated with Al Qaeda, but I'm not sure. Or because I know I think Al Nusra and Al Shabaab, which Al Nusra I think is in Lebanon, Al Shabaab is in Somalia. They have affiliations with Al Qaeda, but I think Boko Haram is just its own thing. And as far as I can tell, I don't think they have any associates, but I'm not 100% certain. Yeah, it's kind of like how the Taliban is split between Afghanistan and Pakistan. That's true, Boy Meets Mini, 1000%. But yeah, as far as I can tell, Boko Haram, I don't think has any affiliation with ISIS or anyone else. I think they're just kind of their own fucking thing. So, as far as I can tell, I don't think they are affiliated with anyone whatsoever.
Who have been targeting and viciously killing primarily innocent Christians.
No, that's just a lie. The primary people that they're going after, Boko Haram, that is, are Shia minority Muslims in the area. Because again, the area there specifically that we're talking about is majority, and I mean it is a majority Muslim predominantly populated area. There's just zero evidence to suggest whatsoever that they are predominantly targeting Christians. Are they attacking Christians? Yeah, I mean they're attacking probably a bunch of Christian villages that are more than likely in these sort of border areas between the more Muslim majority regions and the Christian majority regions. I think the Christians, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, Boy Meets Mini, but again, like I said before, the northern parts of the country, that's more Muslim predominant. In the southern parts of the country, that's where I believe the capital of Lagos is. I think that's the capital of Nigeria. That's where it's going to be more Christian, predominant. And Christians, of course, since Nigeria was colonized by the French, it makes sense that there's going to be a Christian majority within the country, right? Because they had a lot more predominance, a lot more help in establishing as the main sort of power brokers within the area because of the French. Makes sense, right? And it's it's just a little weird. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that they consider both Shia Islam and Christianity to be an opposition of their extremist Sunni theology, right? They are extremists. They are theocrats. They are religious extremists, right? For them, it's the Christians are all Western degeneracy, blah 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 blah, and then obviously since they're Sunni extremists, obviously they're going to say that Shia Islam and Shia Muslims are also just a bunch of degenerates because they don't believe in the correct path forward of Islam because of, and I'm trying to remember when the schism happened, but there was a series of civil wars, I think during the Umayyad Caliphate, which was what predominantly split the sort of teachings and thinkings of Islam between Shias and Sunnis, and that's what caused a lot of the initial splits of the caliphate, right, and caused the eventual downfall of the caliphate, and eventually you had all the splitting up of different sultanates of different local rulers, yada yada yada, because of a religious schism. You know, very similar to what happened in a lot of the schisms in the Roman Empire as well, when it split from east to west, and one became Orthodox Christian, one became more Latinized Christians, based around Rome, yada yada yada. A lot of complicated religious history. We don't have exactly the time to get into all of that, right? As like a TLDR of TLDR possible, there was a schism between Sunnis and Shias. Both, like, the certain factions took sides. It caused a split of the fucking caliphate, and as a result, there became a bunch of, like, rising sultanates as a result. Blah, 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 blah. Very, very simple fucking summary. And they all hate each other because of, well, differing power brokerages and religious sort of differences as well. You know, very, very, very simple history here. But yeah, the idea that it's, again, Boko Haram is primarily killing innocent Christians, that's a lie. They are primarily killing Shia Muslims because they are in the northern parts of the country where it is more predominantly Muslim. Duh.
At levels not seen for many years and even centuries.
Sure, man.
I have previously warned these terrorists that if they did not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there would be hell to pay, and tonight there was. The Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes.
Well, apparently all they did was hit a couple random mosques, from the general sort of reporting, and a bunch of just random fucking villages, and were not really effective on many targets whatsoever. So they just did a bunch of random vice signaling and bombing for, like, literally no reason. So that's pretty cool. And I mean, you know, I guess we're just going to bring her in now. We all know why this basically happened. It's because of this dumbass over here, Nicki Minaj, essentially, like, bringing it up on the stage of TPUSA at AmFest. Again, parroting the stupid evangelical sort of belief where it's just, again, it's a conspiracy theory. There is no evidence to suggest that Boko Haram is predominantly targeting Christians. That's a bunch of fucking nonsense. It's essentially an excuse to continue funding the shadow war that the U.S. is operating inside of Nigeria against, well, Boko Haram specifically. Like, it's stupid. It's only going to make the situation worse. You're only going to make more Boko Haram as a byproduct and as a result of this. And guess who's mostly going to be caught in the crossfire as a result of this? Oh, Shia Muslim minorities within Nigeria. They're the ones who are going to suffer this more and more. And yeah, like, he's mostly just bombed a bunch of fucking mosques in Nigeria on Christmas Day. He just killed a bunch of innocent people. Like, it's nonsensical. It's ridiculous. And this has all been justified by, again, a dumbass who is currently doing a grift, or not really necessarily a grift, with Nicki Minaj. I just watched, like, a pretty good episode of Matt Bernstein's podcast talking about the history of Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj is only doing this not because of a grift, but because all she fundamentally cares about is being an adherent to power. And she sees, well, basically trying to stick by MAGA and Trump as a way to stay in the good graces of power. All because of, unironically, the fact that she got swatted by more than likely her crazed fucking fans, because she has some fucking crazy ass fucking fans, the Barbs, you know, they are very silly and fucking ridiculous sometimes. And she got swatted with her kid there. Obviously, traumatic experience. Swatting is, in general, seen as, like, really fucking bad. Duh. And she decided to blame Gavin Newsom for this because of, again, the fact that the health minister of Trinidad and Tobago was, like, trying to find her cousin, who was apparently made inept. Not inept. But basically his dick wasn't working anymore because of taking a COVID vaccine. So now she thinks that, like, heads of government is at her beck and call if she just randomly schizo posts on Twitter. Well, she thought that Gavin Newsom would listen to her schizo posts on fucking Twitter, and she would have Gavin Newsom be able to investigate the reason why she got swatted. Nikki, I know that you don't really understand how this seemingly works, but that's, like, impossible to do. It doesn't, like, could have been done on an anonymous number, like a throwaway phone. There's, like, almost no way to be able to track down who exactly is going to, who exactly decided to do a fucking swatting on you. That's just nonsensical. It's fucking ridiculous. But she's just upset about the fact that Gavin Newsom is not at her beck and fucking call. Like, unironically. It's so fucking stupid and ridiculous. And as a result, now she is trying to become a fucking fascist. It's honestly, it's one of the most self-centered fucking ridiculous things on the planet, where this millionaire, super famous fucking rap artist it basically is expecting, like, heads of state to be at her beck and call, because she's, like, a very, very famous fucking rapper and singer, songwriter, artist, or whatever. You know, peak of fucking narcissism. But, you know, guess what? All conservatives love all that shit, because, again, it's just like, she used to be, like, a mainstream, like, artist who now hates the Democrats and wants to become a conservative like us. Whoa, crazy. We just, we eat that shit up. And it's just like, okay, bro, like, she's only doing this because, again, like, she's just spreading a bunch of, like, idiotic conspiracy theories. And it turns out a lot of her more liberal fans don't really like her all that much anymore, because it's just like, yeah, she's just kind of schizo posting on Twitter, and no one really fucking likes weird schizo posters on Twitter, which I guess, like, the tiny minority of conservatives still like that shit. I mean, she literally deleted her Instagram account because she lost, like, 10 million fucking followers because of her speaking with Erica Kirk at that TPUSA event. So it turns out, it looks like this conservative pivot that Nicki Minaj is trying to do is not really working out. Very, very silly. As only the United States is capable of doing, under my leadership, our country will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper. Okay, I thought that Trump, I thought you were the one who destroyed ISIS, and now you're striking ISIS again. What happened, Trump? What happened to ISIS? How did ISIS get all the way to Nigeria? I'm essentially saying this because it's just nonsensical. It's not consistent, and he's just saying this because, I don't know, he's a fucking idiot. May God bless our military, and Merry Christmas to all, including the dead terrorists, of which there will be many more if their slaughter of Christians continues. Again, nonsensical, based off of a complete fucking lie that has always been pushed by the far right, and essentially has been bolstered by one of the most well-known, famous fucking singer, rap artists on the fucking goddamn planet. And, you know, here, just some fucking footage of the strikes themselves. Like, Donald Trump says he deliberately shifted U.S. missile strikes in Nigeria to Christmas Day to deliver a Christmas present. That's a little fucking weird. But, yeah, like, all he did was bomb a bunch of fucking villagers and bomb some mosques, and that was really about it. Very, very Israeli-coded of him. Israelis love to fucking bomb mosques and bomb innocent Muslim women and fucking children. Very, very cool.
New York Times is reporting the strike involved more than a dozen Tomahawk cruise missiles. Those missiles reportedly fired off a Navy ship in the Gulf of Guinea in coordination with the Nigerian government. And President Trump is threatening to kill, quote, many more terrorists if the murders continue.
This is...
Well, like I said before, like, AFRICOM did say that they did this in coordination with the Nigerian government, and more than likely this was just done by, again, the Pentagon in coordination with the Nigerian government. I guess they wanted to just strike a bunch of mosques for, like, literally no fucking reason. But of course, like, Trump has to, like, vice signal about this and beat his chest, and he probably forced the Pentagon to delete their response, so then he could just, I don't know, act like an idiot on True Social about this.
Another reminder to extremists everywhere, Muslim extremists, Islamists everywhere, that President Trump is going to be ever vigilant.
Dude, fuck. Is it me or does Mike Pompeo look like a scuffed Bill Nye? Like my man is he is looking fucking weird, bro. Like very very scuffed. I don't know. I guess like that mollywopping that he got from Trump for being like a weirdo fucking neocon took a toll on his fucking body. He looks like he's been getting fucking Mar-a-Lago-ified, okay? Like every time like you see a dude with like this like weird ass fucking fake tan, it's all like Mar-a-Lago-fication weirdos. I mean, he even has a fucking nussie like Donald Trump. He's got a bit of a fucking nussie going on. That's fucking crazy, bro.
President Trump told Politico that the strike was...
Dude, what is with all these fucking MAGA women, all these Republican women? They all look the fucking same. Spray tan, fucking lip injections. Oh, dude, Mar-a-Lago-fication, bro. It's a fucking disease, man. Look at her, bro. Like, it's fucking crazy, dude.
Originally supposed to happen on Wednesday, but he postponed it to Christmas Day for symbolic reasons. Mike? New York Times is reporting...
Yeah, because all the Christians that are getting murdered by Boko Haram, which is not, it's not the case. Boko Haram is mostly murdering Shia Muslims because, again, they're Sunni extremists. I'm not denying the fact that Christians are also probably getting killed by Boko Haram. Yeah, it's also more than likely happening. It's just, given the fact that Boko Haram mostly operates within the northern parts of the region, where they have more outsized control, the people that they more than likely go after and harm in reality are going to be Shias and not Christians, because there's just not as many Christians there. It's just nonsensical. It's ridiculous. But then again, of course, Donald Trump has to give in, and not give in, has to listen to like the schizophrenic delusions of the evangelical Christians within his base, because it's one of his most reliable voting blocks. Because he himself is also, well, nothing, and like no different than like a fucking megachurch pastor. But yeah, I don't like, what else is there to really say here besides Trump doing attacks on innocent Muslim women and children and just striking mosques in random fucking villages based off of the delusions of a bunch of evangelical fucking Christians? I'm shocked. Who would have thought that he's also just continuing the fucking shadow war that he started? Well, not necessarily started, but he's continuing and revving up the fucking shadow war that's happening within not only Nigeria, but also in Somalia as well, where there may be potentially troops put on the ground, because that's still on the fucking table. So much for the pro-peace fucking president, in order to be able to maintain some form of hard power, hegemonic control, well, by the flailing empire that is the United States of America. But yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides very, very cool to see that, I don't know, Nicki Minaj is like the main catalyst for potentially causing a fucking war crime within Nigeria by the president of the fucking United States. It's completely fucking nonsensical that this is the current state of affairs that we find ourselves under. Alright, let's get going. More Epstein files. More Epstein files. Let's go. 1,000,000 more files. 1,000,000 more pages? 1,000,000 more files. Let's just go with that. Why not? 1,000,000 more files in the Epstein case have just been discovered by the DOJ that now needs to be handed over. Now you may be wondering, well, Daho, how the fuck did they discover more files? I have no idea how many fucking probably like billions of pages of files does the FBI fucking have? I don't know, like shelved in like manila envelopes somewhere in some repository deep underground somewhere. Who the fuck knows? Maybe some dude was just like organizing it and just like found this stuff and was just like, well, this seems rather pertinent to some of the stuff that we have to release based off of the Epstein Transparency Act that the president was forced to sign. So, a million more fucking files. Like, at this point, like, man, that 30-day deadline, that shit was never going to be fucking hit. And it's just going to be, I don't know how many more years of, like, Epstein files and pages that need to be constantly released. Well, obviously, Trump is pissed about this by the fact that, well, because of the fact that his dumbass is definitely in the fucking Epstein files. And he's just like, well, fuck, now we have to release more stupid shit on the Epstein files, but this is all just a Democrat hoax. It's all Bill Clinton's all over the place. Despite the fact that it came out that in reality, Trump was on the Lolita Express more than Bill Clinton was. So it's just like, ugh, yikes. That was in the recent, like some of the recent drops as well that were forced to be put out by the DOJ. By the fucking law that was signed by the President of the United States of America. But obviously he's not very upset. Not very upset. He's not very happy about this because, again, more and more incriminating stuff that potentially implicates the fucking president in wrongdoings with Jeffrey Epstein are coming out. Obviously, he just wants to nip this in the bud as much as he can because of the fact that he's making himself look even more and more and more suspicious consistently. Now, all the fucking MAGA dipshits are trying to do everything possible to make this about Bill Clinton as much as possible. And here's the thing: okay, sure, investigate Bill Clinton as well. Like, Bill Clinton himself, unironically, has also said, or rather, his office and his representatives of his has said, like, yeah, we would like more transparency on the Epstein files, please. So, like, again, kind of like a hollow excuse that the Trump administration and supporters are trying to use in order to try to deflect from the fact that his dumbass is in the Epstein files, and he's only making himself look way, way more fucking suspicious by trying to do these rather, like, cringy, very, very whiny attempts of trying to deflect from the fact that his dumbass is definitely in there. Again, like, I have to say this to the Trump supporters who are inevitably going to talk in the comments about this. Your guy was the one who decided to bring this up and talk about this? Like, he was the one who wanted to release the Epstein files? So as much as you guys want to, again, deflect and talk about, like, well, the Democrats had this, why didn't they release anything about this? Because they just didn't focus on it. Do I think that Merrick Garland and Joe Biden should have released a bunch of stuff on the Epstein files to basically cook Trump? Yes, absolutely. 1000% they should have done that. Wasn't their focus. They didn't bring it up. They didn't really seem to fucking care about it all that much. And it's just like, okay, whatever. Who the fuck really cares? Your guy is the guy who keeps bringing it up who kept bringing it up during the campaign trail over and over and over again, and is getting now a bunch of regrets for the fact that he brought it up over and over and over again because his dumbass knew that he was in there. But if he tries to say that he doesn't want to, like, release the Epstein files during his administration, it would make him look really bad in front of his fucking base, who are filled with a bunch of conspiracy nutters who want the fucking Epstein files to be released. But, I don't know, what does the big baby man have to say for himself?
Now 1 million more pages on Epstein are found. DOJ is being forced to spend all of its time on this Democrat-inspired hoax.
I wonder why the DOJ might be having more difficult times releasing more and more files and images on the Epstein files. Well, because of your dumbass trying to do everything possible to, well, deflect from the fact that you're in the Epstein files. Not to mention also the fact that a lot of people who were working on a lot of human trafficking cases in the FBI and whatnot got diverted to do fucking immigration enforcement. So it's just like, oof. Oof, oof, oof.
Yeah, DOJ is forced to spend all of its time on this Democrat hoax. Yeah, good. Great. Fantastic. The American people should know if it's a hoax or not. Not really inspiring much confidence if he's, again, constantly saying that it's a hoax over and over and over again, despite the fact that his supporters know that this shit's not a fucking hoax, but whatever. When do they say no more and work on election fraud? Why should they work? What election fraud? He's still coping about the fact that he lost in 2020. Buddy, all of your lawsuits, your 60 plus lawsuits, were all fucking failures. They got laughed out of court instantaneously. You lost the election. Cope about it, buddy. The Dems are the ones who worked with Epstein. That's apparently not really the case. Again, the only instance is just Bill Clinton being in there and like Larry Summers and a couple of like Obama guys. But otherwise, it's all a bunch of people who are affiliated with the Republican Party. Why do you think you guys want to redact that shit so much? Oh, it's because mostly people who donated to fucking Republican candidates and also people who are affiliated with the fucking Republican Party are the ones who are more predominant within the Epstein files. So again, pathetic deflection, and your dumbass is also in there as well. Release all of their names, embarrass them, and get back to helping our country. The radical left doesn't want people talking about Trump and Republican success. Unemployment rate's almost at 5%. Labor market's in the shitter. The illegal deportations are still happening. Illegal detainments are still happening. Illegal military occupations are still happening. Your approval ratings in the shitter. Your approval rating also in terms of every issue is also in the shitter. Immigration, crime, all of it in the complete shit. Are you really sure that you guys are having a lot of success? Your one big beautiful bill, everybody fucking hates it. Even amongst Republicans, they also do not like the one big beautiful bill. Healthcare, by the way, about to see at time of recording, a tripling potentially of premium prices because of the fact that you guys didn't negotiate anything about the ACA subsidies, and the Republicans are not interested in doing any of that. So, oof, yikes. What else do we have to list? I listed just 9 things alone right there for as to why you're not having a lot of success there, buddy. Only a long ago dead Jeffrey Epstein, just another witch hunt. Again, you keep puffing that fucking copium. I saw this Bell the Fifth Column video about this, and I was just a little curious. I wonder what she has to say.
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Belle again. So today, we're going to talk about a million more files.
So many
Trump
more files.
And implications. On Christmas Eve, the administration dropped the news that there could be a million more Epstein-related files that they need to review, redact, and release eventually.
That's going to take years to get through. There's going to be more DOJs that come into office that are still going to be releasing stuff about the fucking Epstein files, and it's not going to look good for the Trump administration.
DOJ said in a statement, quote, "We will release the documents as soon as possible. Due to the mass volume of material, this process may take a few more weeks." Congress
might
was
take a
not
little
happy.
longer than that.
Republican Representative Thomas Massey of Kentucky, who was behind the law requiring the release, promised to keep the pressure up and posted, quote, "DOJ did break the law by making illegal redactions and by missing the deadline."
Mm-hmm. That's in reference to the initial redactions they made on that 119-page drop that they did initially, where 90% of the fucking goddamn pages were redacted. And the Thomas Massey's bill, along with Ro Khanna, stipulated that if there are redactions made, there has to be comments and reasonings for as to why those redactions were made. Because I do unironically fucking believe this when I say that they were expecting for this to blow over and they didn't do any work on any of the redactions in pertinence to the law itself. And they were just like, uh-oh, everyone else is still fucking talking about this, and we were not successfully able to make people stop talking about the fucking Epstein files. Well, quickly, everyone, start fucking redacting as much as possible. We're supposed to comment on this bullshit? Whatever, who the fuck cares? Just fucking black out a bunch of pages. We don't have to explain shit. Like, unironically, like, I think it was about half of that 119-page initial drop for the Epstein files, of which the administration was supposed to fucking release, was just blacked out, redacted, nothing's to be seen there. And that is obviously not within the spirit of the law, and it was obviously fucking illegal, and not in terms of the pertinence of the law. So now people are more than likely going to sue the administration and are going to not just sue, but potentially also impeach. That's the term I'm looking for. Impeach Pam Bondi for the fact that what she's doing is illegal. She was supposed to release details on the Epstein files, and she just decided not to release details on the Epstein files. Whoopsie.
Democratic Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer of New York said, quote, "A Christmas Eve news dump of 1 million more files only proves what we already know. Trump is engaging in a massive cover-up. The question Americans deserve answered is simple. What are they hiding, and why?" Well, if the delay and the disclosure of new files upset Congress, Trump's post on the subject isn't going to make them feel better.
Nope.
Trump took to social media to say, quote,
I mean, if anything, it's just going to make everyone be way more fucking suspicious. It's like, I wonder why the administration's not saying anything about any of this stuff. That's a little weird. I feel like if they were innocent, as they, pretend to say that they are, then this should be all okay, and there shouldn't be any problems whatsoever. Why are they hiding so much stuff? It's because Trump really doesn't want any of this stuff to be released. Desperately.
Now, 1 million more pages on Epstein are found. DOJ is being forced to spend all of its time on this Democrat-inspired hoax. When do they say no more and work on election fraud, etc.? The Dems are the ones who worked with Epstein, not the Republicans. Release all of their names.
It's so funny how he says that it's mostly the Democrats who worked with that. It pretty much should just lay threadbare what the point of this for Trump was. He wanted to use the Epstein files to, again, benefit himself politically only. But unfortunately, he had a severe miscalculation, or he just got way too big for his britches, I guess, for lack of a better term, and got or chewed off a bit more than he bit off more than he could chew. Rather, that's the saying that I'm looking for. He bit off way more than he could chew, and basically, the stink got a little too close to his own shit, and people were able to sniff out the fact that he was very, very blatantly and obviously trying to cover up for the fact that his dumbass is definitely in there, and it's making him look even more and more fucking suspicious.
Embarrass them and get back to helping our country. The radical left doesn't want people talking about Trump and Republican success. Only a long ago dead Jeffrey Epstein. Just another witch.
Who, by the way, died during his administration. Let's not forget about that. Also, who was the guy who initially gave him his sweetheart deal in 2007? That was Jim Acosta. What position did Jim Acosta serve during Trump's first term during his administration? Economic secretary for labor or some shit like that. He was a part of Trump's cabinet. And also Pam Bondi is the current AG. Well, she was the AG of Florida, and then got tapped to be the AG of the United States of America when she had the opportunity to continue the investigation into Epstein that, well, Jim Acosta basically left off of after the sweetheart deal that he gave to Jeffrey Epstein. Was it in 2007 or 2009? It was the late aughts. That's all I remember for certain.
Hunt. Trump seems to be forgetting that he campaigned on this and that his base is probably the most interested group.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing Trump call it a hoax isn't going to sit well. And a group that has been reading into every word Trump has said for years will certainly take a moment to wonder.
Like, again, like, this is what I mean by trying to deflect this onto the Democrats was never going to work, because, again, it's his supporters that are the most interested in this stuff. Democrats didn't really care about this all this much, and even though they knew that Bill Clinton had some sussy relationships with Jeffrey Epstein, Democrats don't like Bill Clinton all that much anymore. They don't really like him at all. So they're just like, oh, you want to... Yeah, we can throw Bill Clinton on the... Yeah, we don't give a fuck. Yeah, fuck Bill Clinton. Oh, Larry Summers? Yeah, we don't give a shit about that guy either. Whatever, who cares? Like, again, him bringing up the Epstein files to satiate his base and try to benefit politically from it was just a complete shot in his own foot. Like, it basically made it such that people are going to more hyper-examine his actions, specifically within the Epstein files. It was a complete fucking backfire from the beginning.
What he means by the Dems are the ones who worked with Epstein, not the Republicans. Release all of their names. Embarrass them.
Gotta embarrass the Democrats.
Even non-conspiracy theory types would forgive believing the subtext of that is a directive to highlight Democrats and protect Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
This, coming after documents, including flight logs and emails, suggests that Trump was a passenger on Epstein's plane far more often than his base knew, is creating a...
Like, for all the bluster that Trump consistently has about, oh, well, Bill Clinton, well, he was on there so much. He was on Jeffrey Epstein's plane like 20 plus times, which is apparently a lie. So there's that. He was on there more often than Bill fucking Clinton. It's just like, brother. Like, there's also stuff. No, we knew about some of this stuff. That he had sex with fucking Melania on the Lolita Express as well. Like, again, the fucking stink is on his shit. And people are starting to sniff out the fact that it's his shit.
Another PR disaster for the administration. Matthew Bartlett, a GOP strategist and former Trump appointee, complained about the messaging, saying, quote,
"It's a disaster.
It's just been confusing and compounding.
Mm-hmm.
It's perpetuated this news cycle. Continues to give the White House and administration a massive headache of their own making. And I don't see any remedy anytime soon." It's hard to...
Which is why I keep saying, Trump, you should just continue crashing out over the fucking Epstein files. Keep doing that. Keep it in the fucking news. Just keep talking about it over and over and over again. It's working out great for you politically. It's totally, definitely not sinking his administration whatsoever. Nah. That would never happen.
Argue with that. It's unlikely that any distractions Trump can cook up will shift the focus for long.
Nah, I don't think so
Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
So, as expected from the crashing out president, who's crashing out about the fact that, again, his approval ratings in the shitter, his policies are shit, his deportations are illegal, and he's suffering consequences for the fact that they are illegal, and is, again, being very stressed out about the fact that everyone fucking hates him, and the release of these Epstein files as well, a thing that he actively shot himself in the foot with for no reason. This is all, again, I don't know, very, very much so hoisted by his own fucking petard in this particular case here. Just a complete shot in his own foot for no reason. He did this all to himself. For what purpose exactly? I don't know, because it's what his base wanted, and he wanted to only benefit politically from it, and it obviously was a complete fucking disaster. Everyone already knew when in that CBS fucking interview, he said, like, yeah, I'll release the Epstein files. But, I'm not 100% certain. There's a lot of weird, sussy stuff in there. I don't know. It's kind of weird. You already knew. It's just like, oh, this is going to work out terribly for him. Because it's obvious that he's definitely in there, and people have known about his associations, and that he was friends with Epstein for a very, very long time. So it's you can make the pretty safe assumption that there's definitely some weird sussy shit going on there. And again, complete shot in his own foot. This is an issue of his own making, and he fucked up significantly here by being the main guy who brought up the Epstein files in order to satiate his base, in order to try to get in power politically. Like, inevitably, it came back to fucking haunt him. And now, he's suffering politically as a result. So, again, cope and fucking see, Trump. You did this to yourself for seemingly no reason. To try to only benefit it from this, well, politically. And it obviously significantly backfired for you. And honestly, all I have to say is just great. Fantastic. I'm very, very glad that this completely and utterly just backfired for the President of the United States. Because, again, he deserves it because of his terrible fucking policies. Don't think there's really much else to say besides, as your political advisor, Trump, you should keep talking about the Epstein files. Because it's currently working out for you really, really well. Theoretically, we could see unemployment hit 18% in 2026. What is this about? Who said this? I'm so curious. You will own nothing and be happy. Yeah, clearly this is all Biden's fault, obviously. Not because of the current dipshit administration that keeps heavily investing in AI. You will live in the pod and eat the bug. For all the conservatives who fucking complained about that shit, like, they are the ones who are significantly accelerating to that shit. It's fucking insane to me, dude. Ew. Canada pledges $2.5 billion of aid to Ukraine amid peace talks. Oh boy. Well, oh, look who finally decided to show up to chat. Oh, it's Commodore Schmidlap. Who the fuck cares if 90% of Epstein's political donations went to Democratic fucking candidates or to the DNC? Who the fuck gives a shit about any of that stuff? Like, who cares? A donation to random fucking Democrats is ultimately fucking meaningless. Who cares? It doesn't change the fact that the President of the United States is doing literally everything possible right now to try to cover up for the fact that his dumbass is definitely in the fucking Epstein files, and he's making himself only look 10 times more fucking suspicious, and wanted to do everything possible in order to get rid of his association with Epstein, so then he can be the only one who politically fucking benefits from it. And it's not working. Not working very, very well for the President of the United States of America. He's only making himself look way, way worse every single time he brings up Epstein. But I don't know, keep writing your like dog shit fucking Dilbert comics. I'm sure they'll be very, very successful and bring you a lot of subscribers on YouTube. Commodore Schmidlap. I'm getting attacked by the phlegm demons right now. Anyway, let's get started on this. Well, this is certainly an interesting development. We're starting to see a lot more, I guess I would mostly say like normie sort of like YouTubers and also podcasters talking more and more about the consequences of the AI bubble. Because we all know what the intention of AI always has been. I mean, Peter Thiel made it pretty clear himself that he essentially wants to replace about, I think it was 80% of humanity with AI, with, I don't know, some kind of like robot army in order to serve specifically the rich, right? Because that's the point of it. Peter Thiel self-admittedly calls himself the Antichrist himself. Not really surprising. I agree with Peter Thiel's assessment of him calling himself the Antichrist. And now more and more sort of like normie people are beginning to learn about the sort of techno-feudalistic system that essentially these tech oligarchs are basically trying to build with their honestly, their fucking dog shit AI systems, where they basically just want, I don't know, like all of humanity to die off so then they can have a bunch of robot slaves serve them instead of, I don't know, bitchy, complainy humans who like to bitch and complain about, I don't know, workers' rights and having breaks and being able to take the weekends off. Because obviously, for billionaires, all they've ever cared about is one thing and one thing only, and that is maintenance of systems of hierarchy and control all under themselves. And AI was always going to be the next frontier for that specifically, right? I've talked about this before, but they've wanted to basically cut the human equation and cut out the ability for people to be able to socialize with one another. Because if humans are able to socialize with one another, they're able to talk about their current terrible conditions that their current bosses are saddling them with. And that's not very good for a lot of the billionaires because, well, people being able to come together in order to be able to fight for their rights, not exactly conducive for a lot of these, billionaire leeches to basically extract as much value from their workforce as possible. And more people talking about, well, the consequences and the problems with AI in terms of what is intended with these wannabe techno monarchs, like unironically, in order to basically just have the hierarchical systems with them being the main guys on top and everyone else being on the bottom. Like, I guess for like lack of a better term, like a movie reference inserted here, like Ready Player One, that basically like corpo brand slop movie, but you know, the unironic world, the construction of the universe there is what these people want. Or I'm trying to think of like what's the other one. I was gonna say Pacific Rim, but that's not it. That's like kaiju fighting and robots fighting kaijus. That's a little different. You know, your cyberpunk dystopias and all this fucking bullshit. Yeah, you know, like Blade Runner, Deus Ex Machina, Feed. I've talked about the book Feed quite often on my channel. This is essentially what they want. They want like the perfect like utopia where all the extremely rich people get to live in a lavish luxury with servants serving their every whim, and they just like live forever, and everyone's sort of like in the bottom halves, like unironically like 40K Hive City type shit, where everyone else is living in the bottom halves of the Hive City, scrounging around trying to survive off of other people's own shit, for unironically, for lack of a better term, because that's the exact conditions what these people want. But normies talking about, I'm not sure like who exactly, the T. This is a podcast. I have no idea who the fuck these guys are. I know of Gamers Nexus rather. We talked about him essentially getting a copyright strike by Bloomberg for doing a very good 3-hour documentary talking about you know, AI and China smuggling in a bunch of GPUs in order to be able to run their own AI servers and shit like that. Yeah, yada, yada, yada. Very, very good documentary that Bloomberg got jealous of and copyright struck that. And while they made themselves look like idiots and like lost that sort of battle. Very, very cool. I know that he did a follow-up video talking about YouTube's sort of systemic injustices with their copyright system. I definitely want to watch that video as well on stream, because I'm interested to see what his perspective on this is, because this has been a thing that's existed on YouTube for ever since the adpocalypse, right? That's when this all sort of started, where YouTube will basically give preferential treatment to a lot of more mainstream media sources because they're seen as more reliable. We all know that's not necessarily the case. Yeah, sure, there's journalistic practices and standards that they're going to adhere to, but typically they only share one perspective and one perspective only, and that is that of the people who are better off, the rich, private corporations, the people who not butter their bread. I always mix up that saying. But anyway, I'm going off on a little bit of a tangent, a little bit of a ramble here, but we're more so wanting to take a look at normies beginning to learn about the objectives of all these tech oligarchs, and that is essentially to replace all of these pesky humans with robots who, well, never complain, never get tired, and continuously work for them for, I don't know, until they decide to fucking break down or some shit.
That, you know, we're speaking today at a time where legacy media is reporting that the AI bubble is about to burst, especially as major investors pull back. We've seen billionaire Peter Thiel's fund sold its entire $100 million stake in NVIDIA, the key AI chipmaker, causing NVIDIA stock to drop nearly 3%. Just days earlier, SoftBank also sold its stake. Have any of these moves and the general predictions around the AI?
Oh, I know that Sam Altman was also talking about how AI is in a bubble. Interesting. They're all starting to pull back a lot of their investments because the current AI bubble, yeah, it's a pretty big bubble, guys. It's looking like it's going to be, if that bubble bursts, and it's not an if, rather when that bubble is going to burst, it's going to be really, really, really bad. And it's obviously, it's not sustainable. There's no products, there's no return on investment. The AI experiment is essentially a failure because the technology is just, it's not there yet. It hasn't been there yet, but do any of these like billionaire dipshits care about that? Do these VC firms and all these capitalist dipshits care about any of that? No, they don't. Any opportunity they can use in order to make more money for cutting out workers and employees from the equation, they will take that opportunity. Obviously, with generative AI and all these chatbots and shit, it was a miserable fucking failure, but they'll try something again. If it's not AI, it'll be something else.
Bubble bursting tempered your predictions?
So I think the build out of these data center GPUs was too much, because the problem isn't that the AI isn't good enough, the problem is that it's about to get too good. Do you need gigantic data centers when on a MacBook Pro, you have enough compute to basically do almost all of your daily cognitive needs with the efficiencies that we gained? To give you an example, GPT-3, when it came out, was $600 per million words, roughly. GPT-5 is $10. Grok 4 Fast, the XAI one by Elon, is 50 cents. And the next generation of models coming out at 10 cents for the million ones. So you go from $600 to 10 cents. The technological impact is going to go exponential next year because you're going from these prompt-based ChatGPT things to virtual workers you can talk to on Zoom that can work for arbitrarily long periods of time and check their own work. But
Dude, it's gonna be fucking goddamn awful, dude. That's still not a fucking good thing. Being able to cut out all of these, again, HR departments for like what exactly, to have these like dog shit fucking AI chatbots. Ironically, I had an interview with an AI bot, and it was really weird because it's just like you have no sense of emotion, no sense of like dynamics in terms of the interview. If you're something went down the wrong pipe. Excuse me. But yeah, you have like no sense of like emotional dynamics or like what the other person is thinking if you're just talking with like an AI chatbot. If you're doing a fucking interview, you can't really ask like proper follow-up questions. Mistakes could also be made by the AI chatbots as well. It, again, for all of these like tech broligarch fucking dipshits and weirdos, all of this is just an excuse to either to A, steal work from other people illegally, because, well, not illegally, in a very roundabout way because of the fact that this has not been properly regulated yet, and also to save money by cutting out a bunch of fucking workers from the fucking equation. It's almost as if we've made a very, very unequitable or inequitable society.
the cost of that they thought would be $10,000, $100,000. It turns out to be $1,000, $100, $10.
And so therefore, do you share kind of Bill Gates' view that we're in an AI bubble that's similar to the dot-com bubble? He's saying there's a lot of investment that's going to end up in a dead end, basically. You'll remember the 2000 Y2K moment where we were all told that, you know, when the clocks move over, the digital clocks to 2000, they're all going to lose their mind and the world's going to end. Is this another Y2K moment?
It's a bit different. So what happened is, with the internet bubble, the infrastructure that was laid down eventually laid the thing for the $1 trillion internet industry. It just took a little bit longer. But again, it popped in terms of investment. Here, you have trillions of dollars of investment because no one can afford to be left behind. But
well, I mean, that's because the investment was a little earlier in comparison. I mean, eventually, yeah, the investment paid out, but the problem with a lot of these like financial dipshits is they are always looking for short-term payouts, and they hate long-term investments because we got to make the money now, and we have to make as much of it as possible in the immediate. And never really thinking about long-term consequences of any of their actions, generally speaking. That's the general problem with what I have with a lot of fucking finances.
Actual utility is going up, but just won't need that much infrastructure. So it's a misallocation that should have a temporary pause, but then means that the cost will go even lower for a given level of thing because you have overcapacity to do economically disruptive work. So some people are going to lose money on the equity side, but the job disruption actually gets accelerated by this, not slowed down.
So what do you say to Peter Capelli, who's a professor at Wharton? He's argued that some companies are basically AI washing, right? Their layoffs at the moment, which is a kind of more linked to the current economic climate, which is terrible. He argues that actually adopting AI to save jobs is both complicated and costly. So we tend to think of it as something very simple, but he's saying actually in practice it's much more complicated than that. And then in September 2025, New York Fed...
Which makes a lot of sense, right? Because again, the AI is prone to making a lot of mistakes. Guess who has to correct the mistakes? Oh, the fucking humans. But guess what? A lot of the tech workers who have to fix the mistakes of the AI, they're kind of having to double dip on a lot of jobs. Because let's say, hypothetically speaking, right? Just in a random fucking example, right? Say it's an AI bot that has to do HR work, right? Just a random example. Do you think an IT guy who has to fucking fix the chatbot is going to know all of the HR procedures that are necessary in order to be able to properly, well, fix the correct policies of that company's HR policy to fix the mistake that the AI chatbot made in terms of like HR interaction with like a particular person? I don't know. Let's say it's like a sexual harassment complaint or some shit. No, fuck no. Like, they're not trained for that exactly, unless they were given specific training for that. But now you're expecting them to also have the needed education to be able to take care of those like HR sort of interactions, and also be able to properly fix the AI chatbot as well. It's essentially like trying to still cut out more workers for the simple fact that they just want to pay people, well, less money for them to get, well, the corporations and the employers in this particular case to try to get more work for even less. It's all the same shit. It's always the same fucking class dynamic that's always been at play for the past, I don't know, couple hundred years at this point. people just want to get as much work as possible out of people while paying them less specifically.
Blog found that although 40% of service firms and 26% of manufacturers say they use AI, very few had laid off workers because of it. So how much do you think that the layoffs that we are seeing right now are attributable to the integration of AI versus this AI washing?
I think very few jobs are from AI loss, driven by AI at the moment. I think that there's a marginal improvement on productivity from being able to use ChatGPTs and things in the world, but we're being lulled into a bit of a false sense of security because this agentic movement is...
I don't think there's been much of a productivity improvement because of... Boy Meets Mindy, you can probably attest to this. How many fucking developers do you know in your fucking current projects that you're working at your company use ChatGPT, and how many times do you have to fucking fix their issues? I barely even use it anymore. Yeah, that's what I fucking figured. Because again, it makes mistakes all the time. It doesn't have, like, here's the thing. If you're working with a tech company and you're trying to use AI to write the fucking code, it doesn't have an inherent understanding of the structures that are being used by that company in that block of code. It doesn't have an understanding of the overall file structures, what connects to what exactly, in terms of these structures for all of these larger sort of projects. Yeah, it's good for like quick little things, but people want to use it for larger sort of projects. It's not going to fucking work ever, because the AI doesn't know about the grand sort of scope of the projects, of all the differing files, what interconnects with one another. I mean, if you needed to write, like, I don't know, a simple function, okay, sure, yeah, like the things that are repetitive, yeah, sure, that's fine, that's effective. But again, what a lot of these fucking tech broligarchs want to use AI for is to replace the entire, like, coding workforce and have the AI basically create the structure of the projects all on its own. That's never gonna fucking work, because the AI doesn't understand the scope and the scale, or what exactly the client wants, or what exactly the structures of the current sort of infrastructure that is in place for a lot of these code, if a lot of these files are for right now. It doesn't know that. It can never know that. It will never know that, which is why you can't just cut out fucking developers from this. That's nonsensical. It's ridiculous. So I argue, I significantly throw doubt in the wind of just how much, in terms of added productivity, AI is really adding to a lot of coding jobs.
Is the agentic. So AI agents are like workers that can go and do arbitrarily long tasks. So again, Replit is a very great example of that. It's gone from $1 million revenue to $250 million. Anyone can go there and make a website in 2 minutes, and now it's high quality versus rubbish a year ago. Because it can go and think, and it can act proactively and add features without you even asking.
Yeah.
That it's like, go and optimize the SEO, it will go and do things like that. So what's going to happen is the first job losses will start next year, but it's going to be similar to 3 years ago, in December of 2022. All head teachers around the world had to ask a question. What's our generative AI policy? Do we let students use this to do their essays? Every single company will be asking the same thing next year in a year's time, or at least 2 years' time, and definitely 3.
The answer to that question should be no. Absolutely fucking not. You should not let students use generative AI to write their fucking essays, because again, it's just... Can we not continue accelerating the death of critical thinking within the broader West and also the educational system in general? I think that's a general fucking bad thing.
3 years' time. Do I hire this worker, or do I hire from the AI job agency effectively?
And how would you advise people watching this who are concerned about, this cognitive replacement, as it were, to best adapt to this time? Obviously, engaging with AI seems like a very obvious one. What else can people be doing to ensure their adaptability to the new forms of work that are coming or not coming?
Also, I think there won't be any coders in a couple of years. I made this prediction like 2 or 3 years ago. There'll be 5 years roughly. And it's matching that. Just like I predicted the AI bubble. I want to call it the .ai bubble, but it never caught on.
There's no fucking way there's not going to be any coders in 2 to 3 years. That's not happening. No fucking shot. I don't believe that for even 1 fucking second. Because you need someone to be able to maintain the AI. If there's discrepancies and problems, you need coders in order to be able to do that. That's not fucking happening. If anything, you will need more coders to make... Which is why I'm just like, it's an inefficient. You're adding a random middleman for no fucking goddamn reason. Because now you need more people in order to be able to maintain the fucking chatbots. So then they don't just shit the bed and all of a sudden fucking randomly die off. It's That's why I'm saying, like, you don't need to do this. You can just cut out the random middleman that you're trying to put in order to have a bunch of other dudes be in place in order to also do a lot of the same fucking coding needed to maintain the stupid AI worker bot, like, job agency and shit like that. It's so fucking dumb, man.
Like, the language of speaking to these models is human language. So again, when you use Replit, Lovable on coding, building apps, websites, things like that, when you use things like GenSpark or Manus for making presentations, Suno for making music, something like Google VO or Luma or Kling for making video, you actually just need to practice using them. If you set aside an hour a day, an hour a week, and you use them, that's actually quite fun to do with family even, you'll actually be way ahead of everyone else because everyone's scared of using these things for the first time and you don't know what you're capable of. If you do it regularly, then you actually start building this muscle of, hey, I can be creative. Like the way that you create now after a great career is that you have a team around you that help you turn your ideas into reality. These AI...
Is this like all the AI... Ugh, it's all the fucking AI generative fucking dog shit, like, videos that people are doing. Oh, God. No one's gonna fucking like any of this stuff because people can... Well, eventually it's gonna get to the point where it's extremely fucking hyper-realistic and it's going to be very fucking difficult to tell, but nobody likes this AI fucking dog shit. No one likes the AI videos. No one likes the fucking AI, like, generated videos and music and all these, like, uses of creative fucking outlets. No, like, everyone thinks it's just significantly fucking worse quality in comparison to real fucking musicians, real fucking artists, putting out creative works out there. Nobody fucking likes this shit. So, again... I throw significant doubt in the wind, saying like, oh yeah, people are eventually going to like it, and it's going to be used by literally everyone. Honestly, I prefer to do the, I don't know, throwing the pencil on the ground and saying, pick it up. Learn how to fucking draw. You want to be an artist so badly? Pick up the pencil. Learn to draw, bitch.
Our team members you can bring in, they're getting smarter and smarter. If you're not in the midst of using them, you don't know what the capabilities are. So that's the number one thing. The next thing is to think about, within your personal work community life, if I had access to digital talent, remote talent, how could I transform or do something meaningful? And then you can be the top of your community, your family, your workplace in terms of knowing about this technology, in terms of saying, hey, look at this. Like if you're a graduate now, a CV is the worst thing that you can, not the worst thing, it's not good. Why would you do a CV when you can create a customized website for the entity that you're applying to and really show off what you're doing? Again, with something like Replit, upload your CV, have an analysis on ChatGPT of the company you're applying to and create something that will wow them. I guarantee within a few hours you'll stand out from the crowd. And that was impossible.
Dog shit. Like, again, the point of this is always very simple. Cut out human social interaction as much as fucking possible. Like, it's getting to the point where it's AI talking with AI, talking with more AI. This is just going to exacerbate the issue. This is going to make job applications worse for no fucking reason. Because the point of it is, like I've been consistently saying before, the corporations, the capitalists, what they overall want specifically is to just cut out all forms of human interaction. That is the point of all of this. They want to make it such that people are so ridiculously fucking isolated from one another in order to make it easier to control people, right? Maintenance of hierarchy and systems of control. That's the entirety of the point of all of this stuff. Yeah, honestly, Boyman Spinney, you're 1000% correct. It's because tech bros hate women. Honestly, it really is just not that, like, more complicated to say. It's like, the tech bros are, like, nervous around women, and they just hate women because they think of them as, like, having cooties, and they're icky and stinky because they're women. Because they have, like, no pull, no game. It is what it is, dude.
Just a few months ago.
So in previous transition phases, work has changed, but it hasn't disappeared. Is the phase that we're moving into now a phase in which we will see a lot of people unable to find jobs? And what are the implications of that for us as a society? We've talked about the civil unrest, but beyond the fact that there'll be a lot of angry people who potentially won't have any income, what do you see as some of the challenges?
Yeah, I mean, again, previous ones took a while, so you could rescale. Like, you don't need horse and carriage drivers, you don't need lift operators, agricultural workers, you still need to buy the harvesters and things like that. This time, everyone's ChatGPT will suddenly turn into...
Yeah, dude, everyone's gonna want to do fucking agricultural work, man. Yeah, totally. Everyone wants agricultural work. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Bros, we just have to rescale. And we just have to keep reorienting ourselves in order to, I don't know, have all our stupid chat robots do everything for us. Yeah, okay, bro.
Do super agent overnight, you know? Like, we've never seen something like this. Every single company will be able to ask, hey, I can just get an AI accountant now. And it will look through all my accounts and it will automatically update it. And the AI automatically translates into every single language. And it handles all the integration.
Yeah.
There's nowhere, I call this the intelligence inversion, as one of the last inversions from kind of land to labor to capital industrialization to intelligence, because there's nowhere else really left to turn for work. And I'm not sure what the jobs of the future are. Like, it feels that there needs to be a new mechanism of value, and that's something I discuss in the book. Like, where does value, money, etc. come from?
Well, no, again, like, the point of this is to cut out all humans, right? Peter Thiel himself said this. He wants basically 80% of humanity to not really exist anymore and not be able to have any work and just, like, I don't know, subsist off of what exactly? I don't know, their own fucking feces. Like, unironically. That's the point of this. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, exactly, Boy Meets Mini. I'm not sure what the jobs of the future are. There it is. Well, yeah, exactly, because that's the whole point. They just want to cut out and not deal with any more fucking human workers. I mean, he just admits it, right? Like, that's the entirety of the point of all this. Cut out the fucking humans, get rid of them, because they, I don't know, they have wants and needs, they have families, they have to feed their fucking kids. Oh, that's a lot of fucking work to have to deal with, and all these, like, stupid idiots who have to fucking complain about all this shit. Honestly, this is just making me more radicalized against fucking AI. Like, no, fuck this shit. Like, I care about humanity existing. I like to think that I'm a little bit of a fucking humanist, and all these fucking leeches, these demons, these parasites who basically want to leech away and destroy the human experience for what exactly? I don't know. Make the line go up by an extra 2% by not having to pay a couple extra fucking workers is genuinely anti-fucking human. And guess what? You know, Donald Trump's going to keep investing in all this fucking dog shit because, again, he also hates humanity as well. All these billionaire fucking freaks only want one thing and one thing only, and that is to cause the collapse of society. That's it. They just want to make everything worse for, well, everyone on the fucking planet. For what exactly? Maintenance of systems of hierarchy and control. That's all that it is with these people. They just want to make everyone's lives significantly fucking worse. That is it.
But the upshot is likely to be young people will find it more and more difficult to get jobs, and youth unemployment will rocket. Then you'll start to see displacement in the middle level. The upper levels of firms will just become more efficient and more competitive, but then AI-first firms will outcompete everyone else. So Elon Musk has a new company called MacroHard. Their job is to replace every software company. So they're building out AI employees on millions of GPUs that will just go and sell software at a fraction of the price to everyone.
So do we need to be planning for...
Guys, if you're wondering why... time for another fucking GPU price spike. Great. Very cool. Good luck getting new fucking GPUs. Oh yeah, of course he has another company. I mean, he has $500 billion fucking dollars. Who cares? He's just gonna throw that around. But, again... shouldn't be really surprised by this. You know, why are all your fucking RAM sticks about as much as a PS5? Because of all this, like, fucking dog shit, data centers, and also all these, stupid attempts of all these, like, motherfuckers trying to build out the future sort of, AI fucking workforce to essentially just, create a... again, like, to just basically cut out all human interaction in order to make it easier to divide society and maintain control for themselves. That's the point of all of this. It's complete fucking bullshit, bro.
For a future where a large proportion of people no longer have jobs. If you're enjoying the show, why not join our Patreon community? The Tea is more than a YouTube show. It's a space to foster meaningful change together. By becoming a member, you're supporting that mission. And if you join our top tier, you'll get exclusive ad-free episodes too. So join us now, link in our bio. Because of course, the promise of technology that we've been sold throughout history has been that it's going to make life better for us, right?
Yeah.
That we're going to work less and enjoy more leisure time. But it's never really worked out.
It hasn't, because we never always had a coordination failure. We have enough food in the world to feed everyone, but it's not allocated properly. We have finally the ability to give every child in the world the best tutor, to have individualized medicine for everyone. So I call this the Star Wars future versus the Star Trek future.
Okay, for non-Trekkie fans, you're going to have to explain that one.
Okay. So he's correct there. The problem is that you're helping to contribute to the problem of, again, continued flow of wealth and power into the hands of fewer and fewer and fewer by justifying all these fucking goddamn systems. That's the main issue. We're never going to get the fucking Star Trek future, because the Star Trek future wasn't a capitalist fucking future. The problem, fundamentally speaking, is capitalism. The financialization of every aspect of human existence is the main fucking goddamn problem. And the fact that, again, it's about maintaining one thing and one thing only. Systems of hierarchy and control with billionaires and companies on the top. That's the point of all of this.
So Star Wars is all about, like, competitiveness, zero-sum. Star Trek is more about exploration, a post-abundance, no-scarcity universe, where, again, we should have robots and we should have AI, but what they should be doing is ensuring no one is hungry, sad, supported. Like, again, we should be looking towards that abundant future. The transition period, though, is a crazy one. And it's the thing. So this is why you're going to need things like 1929-style jobs programs and other stuff, because you can't have people idle. It's a worry, because what happens is people start blaming others, just like immigrants are being blamed now and other things, and then you see wars, because what's the best way to get rid of young unemployed people? You have a war or two.
And they're literally gearing up for that. Germany is, you know, talking about a draft. We've heard talks of drafting in France. It's actually very, very real right now, these predictions that you're making. You've previously said that capitalism cannot survive AI. What do you mean by capitalism?
No, I also do. Yeah, I did. I also thought that a lot of these motherfuckers thought the New Deal was bad. That's a little interesting. Again, like, they just do not want to basically offer anything whatsoever to people at the fucking bottom. Again, like, rugged individualism for the poor, but socialism for the fucking rich. That's the thing. I mean, that's the same thing that fucking MLK Jr. said. So, again, if it's all about making... Because here's the thing. I don't necessarily have a problem with, like, the Star Trek fucking future. And the transition period does not have to be difficult for this. The problem is the current people that are in power right now are what's going to make the transition fucking difficult. I've made the exact same fucking arguments when transitioning to the global economy. The global economy is not necessarily a bad thing. Having, other sort of populations being able to do, more rudimentary financial work, rudimentary manufacturing work isn't necessarily a big problem. The issue is who are the main people essentially creating those fucking systems? The global financial system, the global fucking trade system. It's the corporations and the rich. They are the main problem. The fact that these guys care about one thing and one thing only, being able to just exploit people for their cheaper fucking labor, is the main problem in particular. That is what's causing all of these fucking problems, because the exploitation always has been the point. The maintenance of that hierarchy and these systems of control has always been the fucking goddamn point. That is why there's a lot of economic unrest right now, because it's all about the financialization of everything, making as much money from literally thin air, when that is just not a sustainable fucking system, and it's inevitably going to fucking collapse in on itself and going to lead to immigrants getting fucking scapegoated and more wars and shit. Who would have thought?
And can you talk us through what the collapse of that system looks like?
I think there's different views of the world where it could be now. Again, this is why it's very important to have the public discussion. It's very important to see what's actually coming. Capitalism, just like democracy, is probably the worst of all systems, except for the rest. For all of its issues, it has uplifted lots of people. For all of its issues, it has increased standards of living around the world, reduced mortality rates, etc. But AI-first companies run by AI will outcompete everyone who's a human. Because they won't make as many mistakes, and they will scale. And so capital doesn't need humans anymore.
Yeah.
Like, there was always this contract between labor and capital. From the days of Henry Ford, I pay you enough so you can afford my cars. That's how it got going. Now, if you have money, I don't need people anymore. And so what happens is that they get more and more GPUs, that takes over more and more of the private sector economy. And then how do you compete with these companies that never sleep, that have very few workers? In China...
Yeah, but what if there's just like a collapse of the global electric grid, right? Let's say, hypothetically speaking, because this is a thing that can happen, there are solar flares that can happen every 11 years or something, right? That affect the magnetosphere. What if it just has the 1% chance that it affects the magnetosphere in a negative way, and it causes a fucking collapse of the global fucking grid, right? And you can't fucking recover that shit. What do you do now? Those companies are all going to be fucked. Who went all in on the sort of like globalized AI sort of like workforce and work system specifically. Like, what happens? What then? Now guess what? You're gonna have to go back to fucking people. But most of humanity was just wiped out because you decided to fucking replace them with all these like stupid AI fucking bots who are supposed to do the work for everyone. So there's been a huge reduction of the population as a result of that, because people don't have any money to be able to live or pay for anything. That's the main fucking problem here, and why capitalism is not good for any of this stuff, because the point has always been the exploitation of people. That is the point. That's why, like, fundamentally speaking, like, these people are all demons. They are anti-humanity. They just want to basically be in their special little bunker to have AI fucking slaves be able to do everything for them, and essentially cut out the rest of humanity. Because humans fucking complain about stuff. They have thoughts and dreams and wills of their own, and want to bitch and moan and complain, and want to have families for themselves. Meanwhile, all these like fucking billionaire demons essentially just cut out people from the equation, make everything worse for everybody else by exploiting all these populations in order to just basically have this like stupid fucking feudalistic system. That's it. That's the entirety of the point of this. Again, I'm beating a dead horse at this point, but it's all about maintenance of hierarchy and control, fundamentally speaking.
Even now, you have these dark factories.
Yes.
There are no humans, so you don't need lights. And they're producing robots, they're producing cars, they're producing phones, etc. So you have to think, what do you need people for?
Dude, is that like fucking ghost factories? Or ghost restaurants or whatever the fuck, right? Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
And so that breaks capitalism in many ways, and it definitely breaks the social contract that we've kind of had here.
It breaks the social contracts because the agreement is that we work and we pay our taxes. In exchange, the state looks after us if we're not working, but all of the profit and wealth in a society is being created by, well, we're going to call it AI, but really we're talking about it being created by a very small number of people. Is there not just a risk of us sliding into basically a really high-tech surveillance global autocracy run by a bunch of billionaires?
Pretty much.
Hey, there's a funny guy. His name is Karl Marx. He talks about this. He Can we mention Karl Marx once? Because this is the exact same shit that he was saying in the 1870s. That capitalism, its fundamental endpoint, is the concentration of so much wealth and power in the hands of fewer and fewer and fewer. And that this is the exact sort of system that we are basically getting into. Yeah. I mean, that's true, Alex. Like, you still, but honestly, like, now who needs fucking phones? Like, that's just something that can't, I don't know, deal with the scaling of the AI sort of cyberpunk like takeover of the universe. Phones, who gives a fuck about any of that stuff? I mean, like, when I say that these billionaire sort of like weirdos and elitists are fundamentally anti-human, this is exactly what I fucking mean. Again, funny little man named Karl Marx talks about how the propensity, the sort of desire for capitalism is to only focus on one thing and one thing only, and that is the concentration of more and more wealth and power in the hands of fewer and fewer people.
Sure, and you'll be happy about it. So you're looking at, again, this is...
We'll be happy about it?
Well, it's Brave New World. You know?
Hey, paint me a victory, man, because I'm not looking forward to being ruled by a few people.
Because you'll be medicated to happiness. I mean, again, like, how do you have levels of massive systemic control, right? You can never have the secret police or the guidance on an individualized basis. You have the social credit score on absolute steroids now. There's all sorts of things that can be done. We were always at war with Eurasia. All of these sci-fi tropes.
I mean, again, like, the credit score system that currently exists, that's basically going to be the social credit system. And Peter Thiel has also talked about all this stuff as well. All these fucking tech oligarch dipshits have mentioned all of this stuff as well.
Suddenly become real. In fact, many of the Black Mirror episodes, suddenly I'm like, that's not a guide of what to build, that's a caution. I tell this to various technologies that come to me and say, hey, look, with 3
all of those Blade Runner, Cyberpunk, all these properties in media, like Detroit Become Human, all of these have been fucking cautionary tales saying, like, yeah, this environment that is currently being built right now, actually it's kind of bad. It has a lot of really terrible fucking implications. There has been so much media that's been pointing out the fact that, again, so much concentration of wealth and power to these like oligarch fucking dipshits was inevitably going to lead to this. And guess what? We're starting to see the foundations of this being built out. Palantir, Google AI systems, Meta, Elon Musk and his fucking companies, all of this fucking bullshit is leading to this point exactly. Cut out humans from the equation, make them all fucking eat shit and die, and just suffer. We don't need them anymore. Who needs humans to do work? We have our AI fucking bot army that can do it instead. Just, you know, if there's like a giant EMP, you know, let's not think about the consequences for that first. We got a bunch of money to make. Who gives a fuck about any of this stuff? Which is why I keep saying, like, I just want all this bullshit to collapse so then we can actually begin to have a real economy and transition to something. But, you know, there's a bunch of money to be made by all these, like, oligarch fucking dipshits, and about making your fucking lives worse. Again, maintenance of systems of hierarchy and control. That's what this has always been all about.
minutes I can recreate your grandma and make her come back to life. I'm like, can we really thought through things like this, or AI companions, or all this kind of stuff? So right now there is this thing whereby if you have government control of the AI that guides you every single day from the time you were born, that's complete brainwash capability.
Is this where your AI colonialism comes in?
My concept of AI concept of colonialism is that if the AI that's next to you is a Chinese AI or it's a Silicon Valley AI, then you will implicitly be taught its principles, its morals, its worldview. And the entities behind it are extractive entities.
Bad guys.
Google and Meta's business model is ultimately ads. They're already selling what's known as latent space within these models. So instead of saying beer, it'll say Bud Light. And if your AI that's there with you and it's your therapy...
Dude, it's the same shit with, like, again, like I said, with fucking feed. Again, the fucking brain chips are going to start projecting the fucking ads into your brain. That's like the first thing that Elon Musk talked about with his stupid Neuralink bullshit, that he wants to project ads into people's brains.
Therapist is telling you, by the way, you might want to crack a bud. You're more likely to buy it.
Of course you are. That's your buddy.
That's your buddy. But again, think about it. Like 11, 12-year-old daughter is at, she's about to turn 12 this week, is now in her formative years. If she had an AI buddy companion, she would obviously trust it more because it's like a friend that never goes away. But she's very susceptible at this age.
Yes.
And so
I've talked about AI companion stuff again. Like I said before, this is the next vestige capitalist fucking realism. Mark Fisher, again, rolling in his fucking grave at this moment right now, where the point of all of this is to commodify every aspect of the human experience under these fucking tech oligarchs now. And now the next vestige of that is human social interaction. That's the next vestige for as to what these oligarchs basically want to go after. They want to specifically begin to monetize people's fucking social interactions, to make people not be able to socialize with one another and not be able to effectively form a unified front to fight back and push against this stupid cyberpunk nerd dystopia that all these fucking weirdo psychopaths want to implement on the whole of humanity.
So you look at YouTube and you look at the micro-targeting of these weird ads and things like that. Whenever she says that will go, and she will inherit the viewpoints of her best friend.
Yeah.
Especially one who doesn't stab her in the back and other things like that. So this is why we have to be very careful about who is whispering to us every single day. And again, not like Siri. Imagine if Siri was actually smart and empathetic and cared about you and was proactive. That's where we're going right now. And again, if the government...
I mean, that's already happened with ChatGPT, unironically. And it's had a lot of adverse consequences on people already. Like, there's been instances of kids, like teenagers, who killed themselves because they got convinced by their AI fucking companion buddies to kill themselves. This shit's already happening right now, which is why this needs to be regulated out of fucking existence. That's the only way forward for this. But with the current administration that's in power, is any of that shit's going to happen? Of course not. No, it's only going to get worse because it's right now the fucking Wild West for all of these sort of companies to do this shit. In order to basically cause, again, and I unironically do believe this, the collapse of humanity.
Controls that. That is something that probably we don't want as a default. If the government sees all your prompts and everything that you're saying, like right now actually, it's interesting. You know on ChatGPT, if you hit the temporary button, they actually store all of your chats anyway, and the New York Times, because of their lawsuit with OpenAI, can access all of them.
I mean, this is what we're talking about when we talk about tech, digital surveillance, autocracy, right? The level of intrusion that we're talking about. I know that they're...
Palantir, man. This is exactly what the government's made a deal with them for, right? All the fucking tech surveillance stuff. You thought the fucking Patriot Act was bad. Oh boy. This is going to be the Patriot Act on fucking steroids.
There is a statement attributed to you that you said AI could be the great equalizer for the poor. But when you look at the data, is that really what we're seeing? You know, Microsoft's latest AI diffusion report shows that even though AI is spreading faster than electricity or the internet ever did, billions of people are still completely left out, simply because they don't have a smartphone or access to the internet, right? So in places like Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, parts of Latin America, AI usage is still under 10%, mainly because the infrastructure just isn't there for that. Do you ever worry that, you know, the sort of rapid diffusion of this technology is actually just going to further deepen the forms of economic inequality that exist in the world today and perhaps...
Yes. I mean, it already is, right? People are losing their jobs. It's becoming harder and harder than ever to be able to participate within the society, within the job market. And it's because of all these tech oligarch dipshits who want to cut out humanity. Like, unironically, yeah. It's like, this is only the beginning. Like, people thought this was going to be the second Gilded Age. I think it might actually be worse than the fucking Gilded Age. I think we're, like, headed down towards a really fucking dark path. Like, it's gonna be like unironic, like cybernetic warfare, like war shit from like 40K, unironically, where people are going to start doing like terrorist attacks on AI data centers.
To make them even harder to reverse.
I think it depends on how it plans out. Like, you know, if you're an agrarian village in Africa or Bangladesh, where I come from, it's not going to make that much of a difference. Like, in robots, whatever, like, you live your life, right? But you need better medical care, you need better education and other things. And so the cost of a ChatGPT service, you pay $20 a month now, right, roughly. That used to cost at the start of the year about $240 a year, so about $20 a month.
That's now, a lot in some parts of the world, yeah.
Exactly. Now with optimizations, I reckon we can get that to $3 a year. $3 a year. So suddenly it becomes available to everyone if you make it available to everyone in the right way. And that can be via WhatsApp, it can be via whatever. But again, you want the Rwandan one to be a Rwandan one for Rwandans by Rwandans and give them that capability.
Yes.
So when we built our previous company in our existing one, we had very few PhDs.
That's going to be fucking terrible, I'll be quite honest. Like, I think the spread of this shit should be stopped at all fucking costs. But of course, you know, well, we have a tech bro dipshit over here who wants to continue the spread of AI in order to, again, have all these billionaire oligarch dipshits have more and more outsized control because, I don't know, he gets substantively benefit from all that stuff, so he's going to have his part of the hierarchy nestled above everyone else who has to suffer the consequences of all this shit.
But we achieve state-of-the-art results with people from Vietnam, Malaysia, all over the world. Nobody in Silicon Valley. There is a capability to jump ahead in this technology if you can teach it right. So part of our thing is upskilling nations and communities to be able to use their own AI. And if you have an open source space, it might cost $10 million to make the basic model. It costs $1,000 to make it relevant to your community, but only if you build that infrastructure. So there's potential here, only if it gets out there.
Only when you say only if it gets out there, only if particular governments decide that that's what they would like to be spending their budgets on.
No, because again, $1,000, you could do it yourself as a community. if you have the right guidance, if you have the right infrastructure around that. And again, you don't even need with them.
Again, who's going to have that right guidance? Who's going to offer that guidance? It's going to be people like yourself. People like yourself, huh? Who's going to offer that fucking guidance? Oh, the people who want to fucking implement these systems. Always, every single time with these fucking tech bros, man. Every single fucking time with these tech bros, man. It's just like, oh yeah, you just gotta have the right guidance. The right guiding hand is going to be able to guide you to your own fucking death. Oh, here you go. Yeah. Time for more fucking surveillance, jobs fundamentally getting worse, less participation within the economy. This is not going to make your fucking life easier. It's only going to make your life worse. Because less and less people are not going to be able to participate within society, which is again the entirety of the point of all of this. Yeah, I mean that's the exact same question that I also asked as well, Boy Meets Mini.
The models that we build, like a lot of the AI labs are trying to build AI God, AGI, this concept of artificial general intelligence, can do everything a human can do and more. And most people actually think that's 3 to 10 years away, like even the negative ones, which is again crazy, but reasonable. We're very much focused on healthcare, education, governance, like day-to-day AI, and that requires 1,000 times less compute, actually, in some cases.
Genuinely fucking demonic from these people. Like I despise these fucking tech bro dipshits, man. Like they unironically just want the death of humanity. Just for humanity to fucking die. But I'm curious, what is Gamers Nexus's perspective on this? Because he's also like he's a normie. He does like tech stuff. Again, really good fucking documentaries that I've seen before, specifically focusing on a lot of different AI stuff. And he talks about a lot of fucking tech news. This is sort of like his thing. I'm not 100% certain what his perspective is. If mostly like pro-consumer, I would mostly say like most of these tech YouTubers generally tend to be, well, unless like it's Mr. Beast, but Mr. Beast is like an unironic demon, and everyone else also recognizes as the Mr. Beast is like an unironic fucking goddamn demon. But I digress. I'm curious to see what is Gamers Nexus's perspective on this in particular. I mean, we listened to the tech bro dumbass over here basically saying like, oh yeah, it's going to be everywhere and you're going to fucking like it and everyone's going to have it, and that's just how it is, bro. Like these systems are only going to get more and more efficient and more better, and they're going to be more and more everywhere. It's like, yeah, that's not a good thing. Like, because we all know what the intention behind these systems are. It's for, again, even as the hostess herself pointed out, it's just like, and as a funny little guy, also named Karl Marx, also pointed out, saying, well, it's going to concentrate more and more wealth, power, and control to the hands of fewer and fewer people. And personally, I don't want people like Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and Alex Karp, all these fucking tech bro weirdos, to have that outsized fucking control. Yeah, why are you tech bros forcing this on us? Them? No one is forcing it. It's just a natural development. Yeah, because you guys are the ones developing it and forcing it upon everyone. Because, again, we've all seen this before. Like, for example, like, unironically, how many instances are there of, like, little pop-ups here from this thing where it says, Grok, explain this fucking goddamn post, to make, again, AI be a fundamental part of everyone's sort of daily sort of existence. It is a trend that's trying to be forced upon people, so then you buy in, and then you decide to give up your own will and ability to exert yourself in society for yourself. That's the main fucking problem here. Again, it's the way for these current tech bro oligarchs to try to have an outsized stamp of control upon, well, what I unironically believe is the entirety of humanity.
Ambitions, but now private equity and these large companies want to make sure that you not only rent your home and lease your car, but subscribe to your computer. All of that is without acknowledging that many of these data center parts have no secondhand market usefulness to the vast majority of consumers. As these GPUs depreciate, they'll end up in landfills, or maybe, if we're lucky, they'll go to other AI users that buy secondhand. Data center and AI.
That's a really good point, by the way, because there's going to be a lot of e-waste. How are you going to take care of all this e-waste? Because eventually, GPUs are going to get old. You're going to need some new fucking equipment if you want more fucking compute power. Again, it's a never-ending Ouroboros of fucking consumption, and just, honestly, waste of fucking resources. I think this is just a fundamental fucking waste of resources. Again, these tech bro oligarchs are essentially trying to make this middleman to try to cut out a bunch of other people. And like I said before, if there is the hypothetical like EMP that just wipes out the entirety of the electric grid, what happens then? You put all your eggs in the fucking AI basket. All of a sudden, none of that fucking works. Oh, I guess it's just going to be the fundamental collapse of society because of all these like AI robots not being able to function normally. Again, it's not good. Putting all of your eggs in this sort of AI basket is a fundamental fucking disaster.
Has gone beyond simply fucking consumers and instead is now intent on fucking humanity with things like the Palantir Partnership, with things like the focus on military applications of AI, because apparently there's not enough money in the private sector. We need to go extract it from the Pentagon as well. And even for the people who like LLMs, if you're in our audience, you're like, yeah, but I like LLMs and I have local AI, local LLMs, whatever, that I use for processing. Even for those people, or maybe especially...
I mean, here's the thing. You can have LLMs in order to do like universal... Like, again, I've talked about some of the benefits that there can be for AI, and there are benefits that do exist. But, again... all these tech oligarch dipshits have made it very clear they want to use AI to replace all of fucking humanity. And I'm glad that Gamers Nexus is saying this exactly, because it's the exact same shit I'm also saying. Peter Thiel made it very clear himself in that interview that he did with, I don't remember what exactly the name of the podcast is, but he said it himself that he wants to replace 80% of humanity with AI. And he just wants to basically cut out humans from the fucking equation. And I'm glad, again, that a lot more normies are going to start pointing this out. It's just like, dude, like, you're fundamentally asking for the destruction of humanity, the breaking down of the social contract, fundamentally for society to be completely done away with. People are not going to fucking accept that. And, like, I've made this call before, but you're going to see a lot more fucking terrorist attacks happen on fucking AI data centers. Unironically, at Boy Meets Mini, I think that's like the easiest call of fucking life. As more and more of this infrastructure gets built out and people start to recognize and be like, oh, it's all this like AI data center fucking bullshit that's happening right now, that's essentially making it such that I can't participate within economy or within society and within the economy. There's going to be fucking riots. There's going to be terrorist attacks that happen on all of these AI data centers. It's going to be a fundamentally society destabilizing sort of factor. And is the state going to do anything about this? Well, they're going to crack down on the people and essentially use military AI bullshit and all of their fucking military equipment and soldiers in order to be able to enforce and protect the fucking AI data centers. And this is exactly what they want. This is what all these fucking tech bros want. Not only just out of Silicon Valley, but also China, Russia, everywhere. They all want this because, again, fundamentally speaking, because the government's also okay with this before, the nation state exists for one purpose and one purpose only: its own self-perpetuation. And if it can cut out a lot of the constituents who would cause a lot of problems to essentially affect the main fundamental sort of stabilizing force and power structures necessary for the nation state to maintain itself, then, well, great, fantastic. We'll definitely go in with all of the AI tech bro stuff in order to be able to cut out the fucking sort of unstable sort of parts of humanity that we don't need anymore, in order to just cause way more fucking suffering for the people below, because that's the entirety of the point of this. All about maintenance of hierarchy and control, people. Never forget that.
These companies are trying to bid you out of the market so that you can't own that shit, so you have to subscribe to theirs instead. And right now, the data center focus is on LLMs and so-called AI use cases, but long term, we think that the focus...
You know how all the conservatives love to complain about Klaus Schwab, WEF, and all this fucking shit? No, this is like the unironic fucking Klaus Schwab shit. You will live in the pod, you will eat the bug, you will own nothing, and you will be happy. Unironically, like, all the conspiracism is this. It's the fucking techno-feudalism. Unironically.
as we said in the last piece, is on making sure you can't own anything, and you'll have to subscribe to everything. And unfortunately, for as powerful as voting with your wallet is, for every Meta that buys 1.3 million GPUs, that is at least 1.3 million consumers who would have to not buy one instead. And honestly, even if you have the power of consumers boycotting at that level to counteract the purchase, the thing is, we think it might actually make it worse to do so because it further consolidates that power. The companies are post-consumer. They do not need you right now. They are passing money back and forth between each other. The way they'll get the money from you is by
really good Hank Green video talking about this specifically. Again, the thing that is currently maintaining the AI bubble is a bunch of companies passing money from one another. Because, again, like Steve from Gamers Nexus said himself, it's post-consumer. They don't need consumers anymore, right? Who cares? They have so much money. They have so much fucking power because of all the deregulations, because of 40 years of beneficial policy for them, the corporations and the rich. They're able to just circumvent the social contract and the sort of current economic system that's currently in place right now. Who needs consumers buying cards when we can have all these companies trading all of our products and money between one another, building all these like dumbass fucking AI data centers? Like, construction jobs, for example, have been going up in the United States of America. Why is that, you may be wondering? To build out all the fucking AI data centers. That's why they've been going up. Same with a lot of hospitality work, but that's because of an aging population that's eventually going to start dying off, making it easier to maintain those systems of control.
Getting tax breaks, tax incentives, cuts on property taxes like Micron just got, getting the grid upfit for itself and for its own use by passing that cost on to everybody who lives nearby who will be paying for it. They are going to extract the money from things like the CHIPS Act to fund their corporate customers rather than benefiting normal people, and all of that is going to come from you. They'll then sell subscriptions to you of their LLMs, their software, and their cloud computing, and when you can't afford that anymore, they'll sell AI facial recognition software to department stores that will use it to employ discriminatory pricing against you based on your purchasing demands and how desperate they think you are, and they'll push the
1000 fucking %. This has always been the point of this, right? Again, price out the fucking consumer, extract as much wealth as possible from everyone. And again, stuff like the One Big Beautiful Bill only is going to make that shit worse. This is going to be a societal fucking collapse. You know, for all the sort of like conspiratorial minded freaks who talk about this stuff, they never take a look at what is very obviously happening because, I don't know, someone else jingled some fucking keys somewhere else about like adrenochrome or some shit. This is the actual fucking conspiracy, and it is outsized control by all these fucking tech oligarch fucking dipshits who basically want to make the lives of people worse. You know, I see Joe Rogan trending in the fucking corner right here, and guess what? He has directly contributed to this fucking environment. Hey, Joe Rogan, I thought we cared about being a conspiratorial-minded freak. You want to see the actual conspiracy theory? This is the actual fucking conspiracy theory. But unfortunately, he's been bought and captured by all these tech oligarch fucking morons because he's always had them on his fucking podcast and he always gave them fawning fucking interviews talking about how they're geniuses and the path for the future. Nice fucking meme, Joe Rogan. Bought opposition.
the pricing to just the level that is at the threshold where you break and you lose it. That is going to be how this goes. There's already evidence of for what I'm calling price discrimination, and that discrimination is based on things like the willingness of the consumer and their purchasing behaviors, which may not be a protected class by legal definition, so they can discriminate on those things, and they can adjust pricing based on you when you walk in the store, you stand in front of the shelf for 5 minutes.
Yeah, again, it's all fucking like legal loopholes because again, we're currently in the wild west of all this stuff, right? There's no regulation for any of this shit, and companies are going to take advantage as much as they fucking can. And is the current administration in power going to do about anything about this? No.
Minutes, walk away, and later bombard you with ads and try to adjust the price subtly to make you buy it. This is going to take a lot of credentialed people to solve. This is a big problem. It is not just DIY PC enthusiasts that we're talking about. This is like, it's not only a bubble. And when this shit pops, and it will, it's going to fuck a lot of people who aren't Jensen Huang or Lisa Su or Sam Altman or Lip Bhutan. It's going to be everybody else.
Oh, it's going, well, I mean, because again, Steve is correct here. Because this bubble's going to pop. It is. It's too unstable. There's nothing to show for it. It will pop. The problem is with the current administration that's in power, you know who's going to have to fucking foot the bill? It's going to be you. And this is, as has been said before, we've taken a look at the AI bubble, the state of the AI bubble. It is currently slated to be 4 times worse than the 2008 Great Recession. And when it pops, and it will, it's going to be a complete fucking disaster. Disaster. Complete disaster. millions of people are going to get laid off across the United States of America, and, well, broadly speaking, I would say everywhere. And I wouldn't be surprised if this just led to Great Depression 2 electric fucking boogaloo. I mean, it's about the time for it anyways. It's almost been 100 years since the last Great Depression. Wouldn't be surprised if another one sort of happened right now. We are currently in a new Gilded Age, right? People are having harder and harder times being able to pay off their fucking loan debts and their credit card fucking debts. And these are inherently incredibly unstable fucking factors. Like I said before, the only thing that's currently propping up the economy and the stock market right now, which is the only thing Trump cares about and thinks that is a successful sort of moniker for a successful economy, anyone with half a brain knows why that is insane, but I digress. The only thing that's currently maintaining the current economy is this fucking AI bubble. That is it. That's the only thing that's maintaining this sort of position that we find ourselves under. And it should be fairly obvious to anyone with half a fucking brain as to why that might be a tiny little bit of a problem. Just a little bit of a problem. Just a little issue. Because of the fact that when it pops, and this isn't an if, this is a when, because it's going to happen. It's going to be a huge fucking disaster for who? People at the fucking bottom. Because the administration is going to make it such that instead of regulating the companies, instead of regulating the people who caused the pop, it's going to be forced for average people to have to pay the bill. And this always fucking happens. Always happens. Happened in 2008. It happened in the 80s. Anytime there's a recession, the people who caused it, that being the corporations and the rich, by getting a little too cocky with a lot of their bets in the stock market, never faced any fucking consequences for it. Like I said before, much earlier in this sort of video, rugged individualism for the poor, but socialism for the rich, right? They can be as ruthless capitalists as they want. They can fuck up, make so many fucking mistakes, and it doesn't matter. They can do anything, become way too big to fucking fail, because they know that the federal government's going to bail them out with taxpayer fucking funds. And that is the main fucking issue. Again, it's as George Carlin himself said, it's a big old club, and your dumbass isn't in it. And guess what? All of us have to basically deal with the fact the big old club is fucking us all over right now. Like I said before, for these tech bro oligarch dipshits, it's always been about one thing and one thing only. Cut out humanity in order to be able to maintain that system of hierarchy and control for themselves. And this has always been the case. Ever since, well, capitalism first emerged on the scene about 200 fucking years ago. One set of people have always been meant to benefit, and that is the bourgeois. And this is currently the sort of worst sort of elements of it, potentially coming to fruition. That's a term that's been thrown out here. Well, not only by the posts themselves, but by myself as well. Techno-fucking feudalism. Where it's all of these tech oligarchs at the top as the current monarchs, and everyone else on the bottom scrounging around in the fucking shit, trying to barely survive for themselves. I don't really know what else is there to say besides, when the bubble pops, and it's going to pop, don't expect any help from anyone except from yourself and people within your fucking community. Because that's the only thing that we can rely upon right now. And that is our social bonds with one another and community with one another. Because again, the current people that are in power could give less of a flying fuck about you and only want to concentrate way more power in the hands of fewer and fewer people. Don't think there's much else to say besides that. You know, my parents keep saying that you need to learn how to use AI if you want to be able to be competitive in the job market. Why would I want to do that? Like, me reading shit like listening to stuff like this from these like tech oligarch, like billionaire that only makes me hate AI even more and more and more. I hate this shit even more and more because I'm sorry for being a humanist and actually caring about wanting humanity to be able to survive and exist. Sorry for wanting that. So I think it makes perfect sense for me for as to why I just fucking hate AI about as much as I fucking do. God, I fucking hate this current systems of control and power that we currently find ourselves under. Just making everything fundamentally like 10 times fucking worse. This shit's fucking gross, bro. Oh, man, dude. You know what? Why don't we read out to Pixel Smixel? Why not? Alright, idiots. Raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer with the $1 raid buff if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoW Wii with the $1 raid buff to show appreciation. Those are Opportunity gamers. I will be back tomorrow when we're going to be probably yapping about that FD signifier video. You're probably going to be yapping about that shit. Anyway, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Of course, quick reminder, on the 31st, there will be no stream because New Year's celebration. So, celebrate now. As you can until before the fucking tech oligarch takeover fucking happens. Becoming more and more inevitable at this point. But anyway, I will be back tomorrow. We'll do that fucking yapping and shit. And we'll just keep going from there, gamers. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face.